for the vote, please.
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Director Santangelo,
Yes.
Director Mulchay,
Yes.
Secretary Kildee,
Yes.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Are there any comments, departmental comments?
No departmental comments.
Any legal comments?
None tonight.
Comments from board members? Mr. Mulchay.
I just want to remind everyone, and Charlotte, you're usually the one to say this, people please be careful what it is you flush down the toilet. Please don't flush wipes down the toilet. Don't flush sanitation for your, forgetting what it's called, the sanitizing towels down the toilet. Particularly in this time, it causes a lot of grief. It causes a lot of issues for our sanitation.
Costs a lot of money.
Costs a lot of money. So please be mindful of what you're flushing down the toilet. Please just limit it to toilet paper. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? I just have one thing to report. Last Friday, I flew to Sacramento and attended the CASA State Ledge Committee meeting, and I prepared a report, and it was sent out in the Daily Mail earlier this week to all of you, and if anybody wants to see it, it's a public document. There being no further items, I will I'll adjourn the Camarillo Sanitary District Board meeting.
All right, we'll go ahead then and call this meeting of the regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council of Wednesday, March 25, 2020 to order. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. I want to go through a couple of things first. First of all, thank you to those of us who are joining us on either live stream or watching on television as well. First of all, thank you for being with us. Secondly, thank you for your patience with us. This is a first for us, and we are learning as we go, and we really appreciate your patience as we conduct this meeting electronically pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N-2920. And I have a couple of things just to set forth as we're going through. First of all, we are conducting this meeting pursuant to the executive order that I just referenced and the order of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued March 20, 2020. The chambers are closed to the public, and council members and staff are participating remotely via video conference. The public was informed prior to this meeting that they could submit written comments via email to the city clerk in advance of the meeting, or contact the city clerk in advance of the meeting and provide a phone number if they wanted to speak when the item is heard. With respect to public comments for non-agenda items, that will come up at 7:30 p.m. and the city clerk can let us know at that time if there are any public comments on those non-agenda items. When we're going through these agenda items, I want to let the public know that typically our order of proceeding is going to be, and it's always subject to change as we go through this, but the typical order will be a presentation by staff and then questions from council members, and I'm going to call them in order this evening. It will be Mrs. Craven, followed by Mr. Kildee, followed by Mr. Mulchay, followed by Vice Mayor Santangelo, and then myself. And then I'll ask if there have been any public comments with respect to the item, and then we will go to discussion and action by the council, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll and then to announce the vote. To my colleagues, if I ask you to, if I call upon you by name and you then speak, great, we know who you are, but if for some reason you are making a comment and you haven't identified yourself first, please do so. And I know that staff will do the same. After you speak, if you could kindly mute your microphone, that would be great. And I would also ask the city manager and city attorney and the city clerk to feel free to interrupt us at any time as we go through the agenda. If we're missing something, we sure want to know about it. I also want to note for any of those in the public who watching on live stream or on television. We have a first portion of our agenda this evening from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., and those we'll try to be covering items 1 through 13. We're going to recess at 6 p.m., then reconvene at 6:30 p.m., and we will at that time take up item number 14, which will be the local emergency COVID-19 items, both A and B. At 7:30, if we are not yet done with that item 14, we are going to recess on that item and go directly to items 15, 16, and 17, respectively. And the reason for that is that items 17A and B are noticed public hearings, and we need to take care of those at that time. If we're still in that circumstance after finishing 17, then we'll go back, we'll finish 14, the COVID-19 items, and then we will go on to number 18. And if there's anything thereafter left on the agenda, we'll deal with it thereafter. All right. With all of those ground rules or general comments in place, Mr. Norman, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We would request the removal of the closed session item for this evening as it is no longer needed.
All right, the record will so reflect. There are no presentations during this 5 o'clock calendar. We're going to move directly to the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo? Vice Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry, yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And Jeffrey, if you can, please turn up your microphone a little bit because it's a little difficult to hear you if you can. All right. With that, we move on to item 8A, City Attorney, and this is legal advice regarding Camarillo Airport issues. The City Attorney, Mr. Pierrick, will present a report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this item does involve consideration of retaining the Rosales Law Firm for legal advice regarding Camarillo Airport issues. We know from prior council meetings that there have been a number of issues involving the Camarillo Airport, including the Cloud 9 project, which proposes the development of 7 acres on the northeast quadrant of the airport with 4 commercial hangars for the storage of large aircraft. It is our recommendation that special legal counsel with experience on airport issues be retained. The Rosales Group has that special expertise. You have in the agenda packet the resume from the Rosales Law Group and from Mara Rosales, which indicates her substantial experience on airport issues. By way of background, in 1976, the city and the county of Ventura entered into an agreement with respect to the airport. That agreement included a number of restrictions. The restrictions included a weight limit of 115,000 pounds. It also included various other restrictions. Now, with respect to the Cloud 9 project, there has been a draft mitigated negative declaration that was prepared, and in that draft declaration, it has a reference to the proposed hangars, and included in the language, it says that the proposed hangars would be accessed by a ramp. I'm at the top of page 2 of your packet. The proposed hangars would be accessed by a ramp, also called an apron, on the south side of the hangars. Can I just ask if I'm being heard clearly by everyone?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, there is the ramp, and that the proposed ramp would be some 84,000 square feet. Further quoting, the depth can accommodate an aircraft such as the Boeing Business Jet 737-800 or a Gulfstream G650, 2 of the largest types of aircraft that are anticipated to use the airport. We also know that we did receive a copy of a letter that Ronald Rassick of RKR submitted to the Department of Airports, in which she said, and I quote, "To be clear, RKR is not and has no intention now or in the future to allow Boeing 737 aircraft to operate from the Cloud 9 location." Well, on November 20th of 2019, the city submitted a letter to the Department of Airports with respect to the fact that the MND did not reference the 1976 agreement or the restrictions within that agreement. On February 25th of 2020, there was a letter that was written by Ronald Rassick. A copy of that letter is found beginning at big page 4 of your packet. And in that letter, there's a claim, among other things, that the restrictions from the 1976 agreement are, and I'm quoting, preempted by subsequently adopted federal laws and FAA rules. We also know that, as I mentioned previously, the airport issues have been the subject of prior council meetings. For example, and I'm on the bottom of big page 2 now, on February 26th of 2020, the City Council adopted a resolution in support of requiring the Cloud 9 project at the airport to comply with the 1976 agreement, and that was the resolution that was adopted by the council at that time. On March 12th of 2020, there was a meeting by the Airport Authority to consider a recommendation to the Ventura County supervisors with respect to the mitigated negative declaration. At that meeting, I spoke and I requested that there be language included in the recommendation to the county besides what was the italicized language that you see on the middle of big page 3. The request was made for the additional sentence to be added to the MND response, and I'll quote the sentence we asked for, quote, "The project must comply with the restrictions in the agreement except to the extent, if at all, preempted by federal or state law." However, the authority at that meeting did not vote to include that additional language, and as a result, this is still an ongoing issue. And as I indicated in my earlier remarks, the recommendation is to authorize the city manager to retain the Rosales Law Group to provide legal services to the city on airport issues. So that is the substance of the issue. I am prepared to respond to any question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierik. Let's start with any questions from council member. Mrs. Craven, any questions?
No, I don't have any.
Right. Mr. Kildee.
Yes, Mr. Pierik, as far as the potential cost to this, we really don't know that at this particular point until services are rendered. And in that, hopefully, it won't have to be, but they may be. And I think that obviously you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So is that a fair assertion on my part?
Well, you always prepare for the best, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. But I would say that in terms of the total cost, you're right, we don't know. The costs would be, reflected. We would know what the costs are as they're coming in. And if at some point the council wanted to revisit this issue and make a determination to limit the services or discontinue the services, that could be done. I think here we need, at least initially, to get some information on the preemption issue that's been raised by Mr. Rassick. And then after that, we can determine the scope of work depending upon the need.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kildee. Mr. Mulchay, any questions?
I have no questions.
All right. Ms. Santangelo?
No questions.
All right, and I have no questions for Mr. Pierik. Let's see, Madam City Clerk, were there any public comments received relative to this matter?
No, we haven't received any comments.
All right, very well. Let's bring it back then to the council for discussion and action. Do I hear any discussion or a motion?
I'll start off. I think this is a necessary action that needs to be done. I think Ms. Rosales, reading her resume, is supremely qualified for this. My comments are that we're hoping that we don't have to use her services a whole lot, but I think we need to prepare and get the best that we can find. And I think this individual will do that for us here. And I can remember back when the airport was being discussed, what a big issue it was in the city, and I have no doubt that it remains such. So with that, I'm prepared to make a motion if nobody else has any comments.
I have comments.
Mrs. Craven?
I'll hold off then.
Well, pretty much I agree with what Mr. Kildee said, but I think we are going to have to use Ms. Rosales to get some good advice on exactly where we stand on the 1976 agreement. It has been challenged. We need to find out if there are preemptions from the FAA and exactly what they are. And serving on the airport authority, I do know that the other members of the airport authority, other than the city council members, Councilmember Mulchay and myself, feel that this negative declaration, mitigated negative declaration, can proceed with no problem. And I think we need to find out where we stand on that.
Anyone else?
I have comments.
Ms. Santangelo?
I agree. This is really important, and I'm not sure if enough of the public are following this. And I would urge you to get information about this, ask us, or read the information from today's meeting. But this conflict has brought up a lot of issues. The problem here is that we are worried about this opening the door for commercial or scheduled air service, but the conflict and going through this has brought up a whole bunch of other inconsistencies, the differences in leases and other MNDs that may also have this type of language. What Ms. Craven brought up about whether the 1976 can be preempted. We even found inconsistencies with what's in our 1976 agreement and what the FAA has down as airport information. So I think we are really in need of hiring an aviation specialist attorney, and so I fully support this.
Right. Mr. Mulchay, I neglected to ask you comments.
Just some brief ones. I do think that Mr. Rosales is uniquely qualified, and I think it is extremely important that we always be prepared to defend the interests of Camarillo residents, and that understanding that we're kind of at a bit of a pivotal point in the direction and the future of the Camarillo Airport and what it means and how it impacts the quality of life of Camarillo residents. So, as Mrs. Craven had said, the 1976 agreement has been called into question, the legality and or the enforceability of that, and it's really important that we reserve the legal counsel to make a determination how we move forward, because how this evolves is going to be incredibly important to Camarillo residents.
I certainly agree with what my colleagues have said. I'll just indicate briefly, we really have two issues. One is this near-term issue relative to this particular lease. We also have a mid to long-term issue. Before the COVID-19 emergency was declared, you'll recall that the County Director of Airports was set to announce the beginning of the airport master plan process at the beginning of April. I don't know where that stands right now with everything else going on. I suspect that it will be deferred, but this really underscores the importance of the city of Camarillo and its residents to be fully cognizant of what's going on out at the airport, and for them, not just with respect to this issue, but also with respect to a full participation in the airport master plan. And we talked about that last time. I know I had expressed a hope that we would have a town hall on this soon in the process. I think with everything else going on, this may be deferred. This, as I said, the airport master plan process may be deferred for a while, but we'll see what happens. So, and I fully agree with the recommended form of motion. So, would anyone care to make a motion on this matter?
Your Honor, I'll make a motion that we authorize the city manager to retain the Rosales Law Group to provide legal advice to the city on the airport issues.
Second.
All right, thank you. I hear a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Molche.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. With that, then, we'll move on to item 9A, city-sponsored events, considering cancellation of certain city-sponsored events. And my understanding is that Assistant City Manager Tully Clifford will be presenting a report.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As you are aware, the COVID-19 emergency and the city response to it have been escalating over the past few days. Accordingly, we are suggesting that City Council review 3 city-sponsored events to determine whether or not they should be canceled for 2020. The first of these events is the 4th of July fireworks. This is normally a family-focused event with lots of activities. However, this year, we had already determined we need to scale it back due to construction at Adolfo Camarillo High School. And what we're suggesting at this time is, given the uncertainties related to the public health emergency, we feel it's inappropriate for people to be gathering even off-site to watch the fireworks. So we're suggesting it be canceled. The event typically costs annually approximately $50,000. The second event that we're mentioning is the Summer Concert Series. This is one where we typically partner with the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Parks District to present the concert. This year we had planned on presenting 4 concerts, 2 in June and 2 in July. And once again, given the uncertainty of the public health emergency, we feel it should be canceled for this year. The event normally costs in the neighborhood of $68,000 for the concerts and associated costs. To date, there has been approximately $6,300 expended on the event. However, there is still plenty of money left over in that account, and to date, no performers have been selected and no agreements are in place, so the event could be canceled. The third event is the 55th Annual Law Dinner, which is an event normally held on the first Tuesday of May, where we acknowledge and express the gratitude of the city and its residents and businesses to our police personnel for their dedication and service to Camarillo. We would save approximately $15,000 if this event was canceled at this time. With that said, we are then suggesting that City Council cancel the 2020 4th of July fireworks event, cancel the 2020 Summer Concert Series, and cancel the 2020 Law Day Dinner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clifford. We'll go ahead and go to any questions from council members, and we'll start with Mrs. Craven. Any questions?
I don't have a question for Mr. Clifford, but this is presented as if it's one item. At the last meeting, I had asked if we could take these individually and vote on them individually, and so I'm asking Mr. Mayor if we can do that.
Certainly, we can do that. Why don't we go through questions right now relative to all 3, and then we can, in our comments and discussion and action, we can deal with all of them individually, if that sounds okay. Okay. Mr. Kildee, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Clifford, as far as the Law Day Dinner, has any expenditure of funds been enacted at this particular point?
No funds have been expended to date.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Molche, any questions?
I do not have any questions.
All right. Ms. Santangelo, any questions?
I do have a question. Have we spoken to RPD about the concert series, about how they feel?
We certainly have, and they're in the same situation as we are, given the uncertainty and given the difficulty. If we were to proceed, they really have to start expending funds now to lock down the entertainers. And so if it turns out the public health emergency is extended, we would then be obligated to those funds. But yes, we have discussed it with them extensively.
Was there any discussion or thought about trying to move them out later? I seem to recall the reason they were kind of put in, instead of one a month, 2 per June and July, if there was something happening at the end of the month.
This is the city manager. The reason was that it came, especially as you get out to September. When you get into September, the weather is starting to cool. I remember in 2019, it really did get chilly, and so they actually felt that the other reason was that by having 2 per month, it put them on a regular schedule, and that's what the community had been used to up until 2018, until the 2019 concert. So that's why they were bunched together the way they were.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Santangelo. I have no questions of Mr. Clifford at this point. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments on this?
No comments on this item.
All right. Let's move to discussion and action. And per Ms. Craven's request, why don't we deal with each of these individually? The first one that we should deal with is let's take the 4th of July fireworks event. Ms. Craven, I'll just go ahead and call people in order. We'll try it that way, and then we can go from there. Ms. Craven?
Yes, I'm certainly hoping that by the 4th of July, this emergency will have been called off or declared over. However, under the idea of prudence, I think in the amount it costs and the amount of work that it takes, I think I'm in favor of going ahead and canceling it for this year. There might be grumbling, but the high school is going to be, that part of the high school is going to be under construction, so people won't be able to get in and out. And I just think that considering the construction and the timing of the emergency, it's prudent to go ahead and cancel it for this year only.
Mr. Kildee?
Yes, it pains me to have to cancel this. It's a great event for many people in Camarillo. But under the circumstances that we find ourselves in, I think it would be very appropriate to do that and cancel it this year and come back next year with a stronger and even a better fireworks display. And we should be in a much better situation next year at this time than we are this year at this time, due to a lot of the factors that have already been explained. So reluctantly and with great pain, I'm willing to cancel it, this event this year, and really look forward to an outstanding event next year.
Mr. Mulchay?
I recognize that the 4th of July is over 3 months away. It's approximately 100 days. So that seems like a rather long time. When I juxtapose that from what I'm hearing from public health officials and other officials, everyone's talking about timelines of 4 to 6 to 9 months. And God forbid it doesn't last that long. But not knowing and having to commit money and then potentially, essentially flush down the drain if this does in fact drag out into July and through August, that would pain me just as much. And certainly, if this is still going on and we still have an active health emergency, we can't be encouraging people to gather. They will gather outside. We can say that we're just going to shoot some fireworks into the air, but we are kind of indirectly encouraging people to come out, gather around, and watch fireworks. We can't, or at least I can't, reasonably justify that in this particular health climate. What I would be really interested in doing is if the clouds part and somehow miraculously we are out of this at a shorter time than anticipated, then I would love to see if, I understand fireworks are likely out of the question, but there are other alternatives we can do as a community to celebrate the 4th of July. It is particularly special for a lot of people, or a lot of people in our community. And I would like to see if there is a way to scrap something together, provided that we are out of this current health emergency.
Thank you. Ms. Santangelo?
I agree with what's been said. This is, I feel like we're having to cancel a lot of things, and it's sad for our community. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. Am I still on?
Yes, you're still on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's sad to have to cancel everything. It's not just for the city, but it's, all of us are experiencing this. I know this is out into July, but even if things have eased up by then, I think we're still going to be under some health orders to be limiting social events and large gatherings still. I'm also aware that everybody we as a city are going to be economically impacted by this health emergency, and so I think we have to be really careful about what we're paying for, and so I think it's the prudent thing to do for on a number of levels.
Thank you. So my view on this, I hate to cancel the July 4th fireworks for all the reasons I'm sure all of you agree with. I can't think of a better expression of patriotism. The difficulty I have is threefold. First, it's really uncertain at this point, as we're sitting here, what the status of the public health emergency is going to be in July. We just don't know. Secondly, we have an April 4 deadline to do this cancellation. Otherwise, we're going to be, the city is going to be financially responsible for the funds. And finally, the city really does need to reserve its cash at this point. I know we'll be talking about this later in the meeting, but I know that the city is going to be having a major hit on its general fund for the end of this fiscal year and the beginning of the next fiscal year at the least. So very reluctantly, I would also vote that we should cancel the July 4th fireworks. So with all that said, is there a motion on the floor?
I will move to cancel the July 4th fireworks for this year.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to cancel the July 4th fireworks. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molshay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Why don't we go ahead and go to the discuss the summer concert series, and I'll call on Mrs. Craven first on that one.
Well, I have the same thing. I'm really hoping that this will all be over by the time the concerts would come along. But in the meantime, everybody, the Rec and Park District would have to go ahead and sign musical acts. And if we cancel them later, it would involve the cost of the cancellation. And so I think that it's prudent just to not have them for this year, but to, in my opinion, I would want staff to bring that back for next year. This would be a one-year thing for canceling.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kildee.
Well, again, it pains me to have to make a decision like this. This is a hugely successful and enormously important event in our city, and it's so great that it brings people together and families together too. It's an outstanding event for Camarillo, and we're known to put on an outstanding summer series. We did have some constraints this year with 4 potentials. to delay it later in the year. We have some other extenuating circumstances vis-a-vis the weather and various other back to school and various other situations that we may find ourselves in. So I could support that we cancel it this summer with the caveat that we do bring it back again bigger and hopefully better and have a really great, community response again next year. I have no doubt that we'll be, when we get this back on the road again and we get these concert series going, they will be extremely well attended like they always have been.
Mr. Mulchay?
I share the same sentiment as the other two colleagues who have spoken. I am only interested in doing this for 1 year, regardless of the economic climate. I think it's, even when things are bad economically, I think it's even more important that we come together as a community and we provide people an outlet to come together. So my greatest concern for this is less the money, and it's more the health situation. Like Susan said earlier, I think there probably will continue to be discouragement of public events and people gathering in large amounts for quite a bit of time, even if we're on the mend. So I would be supportive of canceling it for this year and this year only.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Santangelo.
I can't really add anything to what's already been said. I agree that it's just something we need to do, and I will make sure, along with my colleagues, that it's only for 1 year, because I do think this is really important for our community. I know a lot of people are going to be disappointed. So.
And thank you. Speaking for myself, this is another thing that I hate to cancel for the reasons I already articulated. I agree with the comments that everyone has made. So, in light of that, do I hear a motion?
I move that we cancel the 2020 Summer Concert Series.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, then we'll move to the third item, which is the Laud Day dinner. Mrs. Craven, any comments on that?
Yes, I do. The city of Camarillo has had a Law Day dinner every single year since the city incorporated. We are the last city in the county to have a Law Day dinner for those who provide police services in the city. And I think it is important for us to express our thanks to them for all the work they do for us. Instead of having it in May, I would like to hold this over and look at having it later in the year. I think that by later in the year, I don't know if it's July or September or when, but I would like to have it this calendar year sometime so that we could express our thanks to the police officers who serve Camarillo. Even in the years when Camarillo didn't have money, the Camarillo Daily News paid for the Law Day dinner for 2 years. That's how important people in the community have always felt it is to thank them. So I would like to vote to, I would like, if I were making the motion, I would make the motion to defer this till later in the year to a date unspecified.
All right. Mr. Kildee?
Good points. We have had a Law Day dinner since we incorporated in 1964. It's the least that we can do for our police officers and management in Camarillo. As we all know, it's a contract. We've contracted out the services with the county since 1964, but we feel that the police officers are part of our Camarillo family. I would hope that we could acknowledge them in some other way, perhaps. Perhaps we delay this see if there's a venue later on in the year that we can do this, or at the very least work with our commander and his staff to find an intriguing way that we can thank them for all they do, and especially this year, putting themselves in harm's way of a virus that we really don't know specifically what the ramifications are going to be. My feeling is we need to somehow coordinate some efforts to them and reach out to them to let them know that their efforts are greatly, greatly appreciated in the past years and certainly in this year. So if there's a creative way that we could somehow thank them, my feeling is that should be something that we discuss and see if we can implement.
All right, Mr. Mulchay?
I'm in favor of postponing it and not canceling it. I think Camarillo's always had a really great relationship with our law enforcement. I know several who reside in Camarillo. They've made Camarillo their home. And I know that they've always enjoyed quite a bit of support from our community. And so I think it's important that we show them the support, the continued support, because God knows that their job hasn't been getting any easier. And it's not going to get any easier. They do have a very, very difficult job. Having gone on a ride along with a Ventura County Sheriff officer, I saw firsthand how difficult their job is and how many hats they have to wear simultaneously in certain situations. And it's only given me more of a appreciation for what it is they do. So I think this is the least that we can do to show our appreciation back to them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Santangelo?
I agree with everything that has been said so far. I've only been to one of the Law Day dinners, but it is a really nice way to show our appreciation, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. And I know that they have a good time and look forward to the night as well. So I'm in agreement with looking at postponing it. Support that.
Okay. Well, my view, I'm going to, I think, be the contrarian here. I so treasure our Camarillo Police Department and the services they provide. They're wonderful. And goodness knows they go, like our city staff, they go above and beyond the call of duty. It's just that I believe in these current circumstances, given that we've canceled these two other preceding events this evening, for the reasons I gave earlier, I think we should cancel this event for 2020 and bring it back in 2021. We don't know how long this public health emergency is going to last. We don't know ultimately what the operational constraints are going to be on the Sheriff's Department, months from now, given this public health emergency. And I think from a fiscal standpoint, it's prudent for us to cancel it for this year. And it really pains me to do that, but I think it's the appropriate thing to do. So that's my view on this particular issue. I think at this point we should entertain a motion.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I will move to delay the Law Day dinner to a date uncertain. The date would have to be brought back to us for rescheduling. That's my motion.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
Your Honor, can I ask a question about the motion?
Sure.
Would that mean that we could cancel it at a later date if we're unable to have it still, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You could, and I will vote, reluctantly, I will vote no on the motion simply because I believe we should go ahead and do that now without any disrespect, only admiration for our police department. So, all right, any other questions before clerk calls the roll? All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
No, because I believe it should be canceled for this year.
That motion carries 4-1 with Mayor Tremblay dissenting.
All right. We're through item 9A, and we do not have a closed session on the agenda this evening under item 12. Let's go to, we have about 10 or 12 minutes before our 6 o'clock recess. Why don't we go to item 13 for new business oral communications? And I would ask that these be communications not related to COVID-19, and we will go from there. Any non-COVID-19 items, because we'll cover those later under item 16B. Is there anything from the city manager?
No, Mr. Mayor. Most of my life to date has been full of COVID-19. I'll pick that up in my next presentation.
We know that it has, Mr. Norman. We know you've been working extremely hard. All right, Mr. Pierik.
I have no comments other than I'm in the same situation as Mr. Norman, mainly very busy with coronavirus issues.
All right. Let me start with my colleagues. Mrs. Craven, let's start with you.
I have 3 things, and I'll be quick. I did attend the Airport Authority meeting on the 12th. In addition to that, I have 2 articles that I would like the city clerk to distribute via council mail. One is a very report on 2 interesting studies, or it's an article on 2 interesting studies on the people who had coronavirus on a Diamond Princess. And that was a closed group for 30 days, so the results I felt were interesting. Another one is about, it's called Roundabout Wrecks Have Engineers Going in Circles, and it's on traffic circles or roundabouts. That's all.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Mr. Kildee.
I did attend 3 meetings, special meetings for the council on March 13th, 17th, and 24th. And with that, I do not have any other comments.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mulchay?
Thursday, March 12th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting. Like we had already kind of discussed, we discussed the airport hangar lease. That got postponed to a later date. The authority could not come to an agreement on that, and we felt like there still had to be some work made on that. The Cloud 9 MND, as the city attorney had mentioned, Mrs. Craven and I had advocated for the 1976 agreement, or a reference therein, made in the MND a reference and an acknowledgement of adherence, the need for adherence to that 1976 agreement. Unfortunately, that failed to pass. Both supervisors and the community member on the Airport Authority had voted in favor of the MND as it was presented without that reference, whereas Mrs. Craven and I had voted no against that motion. On Friday, March 13th and March 17th, we had a special meeting here in Council Chambers while practicing our social distancing on COVID-19. Then Tuesday, March 24th, we also had, that's last night, we had a special closed meeting, which I was in attendance for. And everything else I have is either directly and or indirectly related to COVID-19, so I'll hold that for that agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes, so on March 13th, 17th, and the 24th, I attended the special city council meetings. And earlier this morning, I attended the special CPA board meeting. There are a number of things, all COVID related, but we also had to discuss some things that they hadn't thought of earlier that the emergency that we're under now brought up. So we had action to allow the executive director to act on his own for certain things during emergencies, and to allow funding for new office space because of COVID-19 stuff. So that's sort of related, but okay. That's all. Oh, and did I hear roundabouts? I'm really excited. Thank you for sharing that, Mrs. Craven.
All right. I just briefly want to report that I've been in 3 special city council meetings, 13th, 17th, and 24th, respectively, like all of you. And I had a special meeting of the Metrolink board on Monday. I'm going to make a couple of comments when we talk about COVID-19. I'll speak to Metrolink briefly. All right. I think, Mr. City Manager, unless there's anything else you think we can take up at this point, I think we will go ahead and recess and then reconvene at 6:30 p.m. To take up item 14A. Any objection from anybody on that? All right, we stand in recess until 6:30 p.m.
Councilmember Craven?
That's better. That's good. Yeah, Carmen says that's good.
This one is taking the focus. Let me see if there's anything. I hate to have to leave and come back into the meeting, but.
I'm going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Do we have everyone present? Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I see that all of my council colleagues are here. I don't think we have Mr. Norman here. We have Mr. Norman. Okay.
Mayor,
Very well. We are going to go ahead then.
Mayor Tremblay?
Good evening. We'll go ahead and reconvene this City Council meeting
Mayor Tremblay?
at 6:30 p.m. We're going to move to item 14A, local emergency resolution confirming EOC Directive Order 20-2 COVID-19.
We're good.
Which stays evictions in the city of Camarillo.
This is Brian Pierik, City Attorney. We will need at this point to have 4 of the council members declare that they have a conflict with respect to this item. And then after they do that, pursuant to what's called the rule of necessity, we will what's called rehabilitate them as necessary to get to 3 voters who will be able to participate in the item. The city clerk will be handling the selection method. So what we need to do is start with the announcement by the those council members that have a conflict of interest.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
I have a conflict of interest on this item because I'm a landlord.
All right.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee.
I have a conflict on this because I do lease space from I do lease commercial space from a landlord.
All right. Mr. Mulchay.
I have a conflict in that I'm in the final stages of a negotiation to purchase my family's company, and we are industrial leases in the city of Camarillo.
All right. And Vice Mayor Santangelo.
I have a conflict. I am a residential renter.
All right. So at this point, I think we're going to turn to the city clerk to resolve these conflicts on how we go forward under the rule of necessity.
All right, so I have taken the names of each of the council members that have a conflict, and I've put the names into this bag. And what I'm going to do is draw 2 names out of the bag. The 2 names that I draw out of the bag will continue to participate on this item. The other 2 council members will be deemed conflicted, and then we'll ask you to turn off your video for the completion of the item. Once it's done, we'll ask you to rejoin the meeting. So here's the bag. We'll draw the first name. So the first name is Councilmember Kildee. And name number 2 is Vice Mayor Santangelo. So we'll ask Councilmember Craven and Councilmember Mulchay to leave the meeting. There you go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. I think at this point it's appropriate then now to turn to the city attorney for his report. Mr. Pierik?
Yes. So this item involves consideration of a resolution to confirm the EOC director, who is your city manager, David Norman, is Order 20-2, which is an order staying evictions for both commercial tenants and residential tenants in the city of Camarillo. By way of background, as everyone knows by this point, in December of 2019, reports began spreading worldwide about a flu-like virus that was found in China. It was significantly more deadly than the flu in general. That virus has become known as the coronavirus or COVID-19. On March 4th of 2020, a state of emergency was proclaimed by Governor Newsom due to COVID-19. On March 11th of 2020, the World Health Organization classified the spread of COVID-19 internationally as a global pandemic. On March 17th, 2020, Ventura County Dr. Robert Levin, he's the Ventura County Health Officer, issued what was called a Health Officer Order for Control of COVID-19, directing vulnerable individuals in the county to shelter at their places of residence, restrictions of certain businesses, among other orders. On March 17th, as most pertinent to this matter, the governor issued what is known as Executive Order N-20-820, which waives any provision of state law that would preempt or otherwise restrict a local government's exercise of its police authority to impose substantive limitations on residential or commercial evictions, including but not limited to specified code sections, until May 31 of 2020, unless extended. On March 18th of 2020, Mr. Norman issued what is referred to as Order Number 20-2, COVID-19, staying evictions for both residential and commercial and non-residential tenants in the city, which order is attached as Exhibit A to the resolution in your packet. The resolution is found at big page 3, and the EOC Director, Order Number 20-2 that you're considering ratifying is found at big page, beginning at big page 5. So the suggested action is for the Council to adopt a resolution confirming EOC Director Order 20-12, COVID-19, staying evictions in the city of Camarillo. So that's my report. I can tell you that the reason for the governor's order, as it was explained, is that there are a number of individuals, both residential and commercial, that are severely impacted by COVID-19, that may not have the money to pay their rent. They may lose their jobs or have a reduction in their business income if they operate a commercial business, which will make it a challenge for them to pay the rent. And under this order that the governor authorizes local agencies to adopt their ordinances or resolutions in this case to allow the individuals to remain in their businesses or their residence without being evicted. However, this does not excuse the payment of rent. So to that extent, there would be a need after the emergency is over for the rent to be paid. And it also is not an excuse not to pay rent unless COVID-19 has affected your ability to pay. So that's the sum and substance of my report. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pierick. Let's start with Councilmember Kildee. Do you have any questions for Mr. Pierick?
Mr. Pierick, when does this, assuming it passes, when does this take effect and how long will it be in effect?
It will be in effect immediately, and it will remain in effect until the governor's order is terminated.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Question for the attorney. Brian, you said it'll be in effect until the governor's order is terminated. Is that termination date May 31st? Because our Section 10 says this order shall be in force and effect until May 31st, 2020.
It says that it would continue unless it is continued by the, it says should the governor extend, at the bottom of big page 7, should the governor extend the order, that this order, meaning the order that you signed,
Well, I see it.
automatically beyond May 31 to the date of the governor's extension.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Norman. Vice Mayor Santangelo, do you have any questions?
I do. What happens on, let's say that the governor does not extend his executive order, and so this remains in effect until May 31st. What happens on June 1st if somebody has not paid their rent? Are they allowed to be evicted on June 1st?
Well, they would need to pay their rent at that point, and presumably, as with all circumstances in which someone has not paid their rent, some form of accommodation could be arranged with the landlord to allow for the tenant to catch up on the rent, if you will.
So it would behoove a renter who is having financial issues paying the rent to be talking to their landlord and working out a payment plan, thinking ahead in case they were still unable to pay what's overdue when the quarter is over.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Santangelo. I have no questions for the city attorney. Do I hear a motion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed to a motion, let me just explain that the governor is expected to issue a new order on this very topic of evictions. And from what we hear from his press conference today, that he expects to have absolutely clarity on evictions and rent control within the next day or two. So no matter what you do today, it will be superseded by the governor probably by the end of the week.
Well, then, but a question for you, Mr. Norman, and maybe I can direct it to Mr. Pierik as well. What we're being asked to do right now, though, is to ratify an order that you've already made, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it appropriate this evening to go ahead and ratify the existing order so there's no question that it stays in effect? And then if the governor issues subsequent executive orders, then you, as the EOC coordinator for the city, you may ultimately issue some additional orders in that capacity, which the council would then need to consider ratification of, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think my point in my last statement was that the questions regarding what happens when the orders end and when people have to pay their bills, I'm expecting the governor will clarify those questions for the state.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Do I have a motion from either of my colleagues on this?
I'll move the suggested action.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries 3-0 with Councilmember Craven and Councilmember Molche absent.
All right. Thank you very much. And hopefully we will now be rejoined by our two colleagues. And looks like we have been rejoined by our two colleagues. So great. That allows us then to go ahead and move to item 14B, and I will call this special meeting to order this evening for the purposes of item 14B. That's response to public health emergency COVID-19. Mr. Norman, do you have a report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. We're going to see that appear on the screen right now. Next slide, please. So what we will cover tonight, John, I think, unfortunately, my animations are still intact. So we will update you on the latest stay-at-home orders. We will review past city council decisions. Okay, don't worry, it's all going to get there. We are going to discuss transit system impacts and revisions. Thank you, John. Just click them all forward. As you can see, I've not really had a lot of time to perfect PowerPoints in the last few weeks. So we're going to review past city council decisions and those will be the Camarillo Ranch property and the farmers market. We have an update on that. We're going to talk about, I'm going to review our the latest response actions that we've done since we last met. We'll talk about utility payment penalties and shutoffs, on-street RV parking, and that also includes residential automobile parking. We're going to talk about street sweeping services. Also, we will discuss public comments at city council meetings. We'll talk about the need for a new library contract amendment. We'll have a presentation on transit system impacts and revisions. We will talk about budget development for the coming year. We will review city communications to the public to date, and then any other urgent issues related to COVID-19 that the City Council may wish to discuss. Next slide. Stay-at-home orders. All persons are ordered to stay at home, but may leave them for the following reasons while maintaining social distancing, and that's defined as staying away for 6 feet. People can still go outside to exercise, but while they're doing that exercising, whether it's trail walking or anything else, they need to maintain social distancing. They can obtain medication and seek medical care. They can obtain or deliver food for themselves or others, and or they can leave their place of residence to perform work at essential businesses, healthcare operations, essential infrastructure, essential government functions or services. Although the county public health order is very detailed, we are still getting many calls related to the county health department's interpretations on essential, what constitutes an essential business. And for people who need that interpretation, they can skip a call to City Hall, and they can call the health department directly at 805-891-5201. Now, code compliance and the sheriff are contacting problem businesses and encourage compliance with the order. And we've been very successful, and the sheriff's been very successful at obtaining voluntary closure from owners once they're fully aware of the order and the sheriff appears. I think I have another click there. So the bottom line is, please obey the law and stay home as much as possible. Next slide, please.
Mr. City Manager,
Yes.
I believe you transposed that phone number. Could you read it again?
Yes, of course. That's 805-981-5201. All right. So now we will talk about the Camarillo Ranch. As we know, it's a city-owned property. There was discussion at our last city council meeting as to whether or not the office and the property would be open or closed. As of currently, the office and property are now closed to the public. Signs have been installed about the closure. Reservations for future weddings and events are taken remotely and not at the ranch office. And no weddings or events are scheduled in the near future. If any scheduled weddings and events are subject to postponement or cancellation, depending on conditions at the time of the event. Are there any questions about that? Hearing none, I'll move forward. The next is Farmers Market. As we know, it's on city property. It's subject to a special event permit. The market was held this past Saturday, and for the time observed by the senior code compliance officer, people were trying to social distance. Livingston Memorial, who is the sponsor and organizer of the event, they will now close 2 of the entrances to better control the number of people entering the market, and they will increase the number of staff present to monitor social distancing. Are there any other questions on that?
I just have a comment. I had stopped by there last weekend around 10 o'clock, and I found that they were doing an excellent job. I had talked to some of the staff, and they had mentioned that it was rather busy early on. And from what I observed, they were doing an excellent job. So,
I have a question, Dave, if you would, please.
Yes.
How busy were they? How was it? How many people? I mean, was it a normal crowd? Did you get any data on that?
No, I don't have any. Sean, if you were there and saw it, maybe you can chime in on that one.
Yeah, I went around 10 o'clock. It was probably about 10:15. I would say things were pretty well picked over by the time I got there, but I'm going to say that there were probably no more than 20 to 25 people in that general area. Wondering, it'd be really difficult for people to kind of congregate. There were so few people. There's so plenty of vendors, so I had no issue social distancing from people. They did have staff, professional staff at each of the entrances. The one entrance I walked through, they didn't recognize me as a city council member, just as any random member of the public, and they immediately gave me a sanitary wipe, asked me to wipe my hands out, asked me about my health, whether I had a fever or any, if my health was anything other than fine, and asked me to please acknowledge and recognize needs for social distancing 6 feet apart. So everything they had said at our last council meeting that they were going to do, they did with me, having not known who I was there. And then I walked to the other entrances and observed them doing the exact same thing. So from the time I was there, they were doing an excellent job, and all the vendors were very, they were careful. They had definitely made changes with the way they were handling people as well. They were either wearing gloves, some of them had masks on, and no one directly really touched anything. Everything was kind of indirectly done. So I felt very comfortable there, and what I observed. So I think they did an excellent job.
Mr. Norman, I went to Farmers Market about 9 a.m., about an hour before Sean on Saturday. I'll just echo what he said. I thought Livingston did an excellent job with the market and with the social distancing protocol. I would say that there were, about that time on a Saturday morning, 9 o'clock, my guess would be that there was maybe 50% of the folks who normally would be there were there. So notwithstanding that, Livingston did a great job. So so we've got the 9 o'clock hour and the 10 o'clock hour covered. Thank you, Mr. Norman.
Very quick comment. There was a very interesting conversation on social media about women who were reminding people to distance, and so I took that as a really good sign that they were actually out there doing what they had said they would do.
Next slide, please. So staff has been busy with a lot of activity regarding the response to the pandemic. This is only a partial list. I could have gone on for several more pages. And please know your staff is working very hard, responding to questions, pumping out information, and doing a lot of things. These are just some of the more physical, tangible things that people would notice that we've been doing. So based on your direction from the last meeting, we've worked with restaurant owners on delivery parking signs so they can do takeout and have a place for patrons to park when they come. 2088 now has those signs up. We've worked with Harrison Refuse to ensure that we have continued refuse service. We are responding to numerous phone calls from citizens and businesses. People do call us for all kinds of needs, and we really work hard to try to get them going in the right direction to where they can either have their questions answered directly by us or by the responsible agencies involved. Staff has produced signs for businesses to use to encourage social distancing. We worked with the owner of Rolling Pin Donuts to accomplish social distancing for people waiting in line for donuts. We've coordinated with the schools and with ourselves involved to deliver all remaining mask inventory. Those are the protective masks that are desperately needed at the hospitals. We've had those delivered to OES, that's the Office of Emergency Services here in the county, for use in the hospitals. So if you'll remember from the several fires we've had over the past couple years, a lot of us were distributing masks, for smoke protection. Well, that left us with a large inventory of those masks that we have now turned over for medical professionals to use. We've closed off the playground apparatus at Dizdar Park for children's protection, and we've put signs up explaining why we've done that. We've also put up signs at the entrances to F Canyon reminding people that social distancing is required when they're using the trails. And you'll hear more about this next point from Michelle Deanna, our Community Relations Officer, later on in this presentation, that we are producing a lot of website content, social media posts, ads, City Scene TV, and other media, and she's going to report on that soon. We are monitoring legislation on various statutory relief bills and governor's orders and county orders and presidential orders and anybody else who wants to issue an order. We are paying attention because that's why that's just our life right now. The Camarillo Police Department lobby remains open during business hours, and so if someone has a police department need, they can still go into the lobby of the police department and conduct business. And the police department has also deployed additional deputies from other units and bureaus to assist with patrol during this time. Next slide. So our first new item of interest is utility payment penalty waivers and shutoffs. Currently, staff is informing callers that the city will waive utility payment penalties for payment and will not shut off water or stop refuse service during the pandemic. Late penalties assessed before the city's emergency declaration, those would be tolled and not waived. In other words, if you were already failing to pay your water bill, well, we're not going to shut you off because that's a public health issue, and it's especially acute right now. However, if you are owing us penalties, you're still going to have to pay those penalties that you accrued before the pandemic hit. Now, what the council needs to decide later is how to get people paying their bills again. It's the same issue that we have with evictions and people paying their rent. And so, there will most likely be working with people on payment arrangements because people have to catch up. They could have somewhere of 3 to 4 months worth of water and utility bills that we can't. It's going to be very hard for us to expect that they're just going to come current with a bill like that. So there'll probably be payment arrangements. And we have to expect that some people and businesses may have bankrupted during this period, and we would not be recovering any of those past due bills. We can expect, and you're going to hear more about this in the portion of the presentation on budget preparation, but we can expect significant losses in water, sanitation, and refuse fund revenue during this time. And however, reserves may cover some of the losses. So in terms of utility, let's say on the slide, in terms of what our current practice is, does council have any questions about this? Hearing none, I'm going to move forward with the next issue. This is on-street RV. Excuse me while I get a drink of water here. The next issue is on-street RV and vehicle parking. RV lots are now closing for business, and RV owners are pulling their RVs out for use as future, quote, family quarantine spaces if needed. So if someone in their family gets sick and someone has an RV on the street, they're going to send that member to the RV and let them quarantine there without infecting the family. Current city code prohibits on-street parking of RVs without a permit, and vehicles parking more than 72 hours on the street without movement following the order to stay. We have situations where, because people are at home, their vehicles are parked on the street, and they're parked there for more than 72 hours. And we know that if you're by code, you're not allowed to keep your car stationary in a single place for 72 hours, for more than 72 hours on the street. And so, but when the police department contacts them about that, they say, hey, we're following the order to stay inside. So we need to be thinking about that. So our recommendation is, next click, is we recommend allowing RVs and vehicles to park on the street for more than 72 hours if the vehicle is not obviously abandoned. And that discretion on that determination will be left to the sheriff. They can investigate the situation and determine if we have an abandoned vehicle situation. Any comments on that?
Yes, I have a comment.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Norman, how long potentially will this be in effect? Would we want to do it the May 31st deadline, or would we want to keep it open-ended until we get more up-to-date information through the county health officer or the governor, whoever else?
I think as long as the city is in a declared state of emergency, we would allow people to park on the street like this.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm hoping that people will park them what I call responsibly. If they park them so they're not close to their driveways, sometimes they make it so you cannot see around a corner. So I hope that the police department will not just say, oh, they're on the street now because there's no place else to park them, but take a good look and see if they are actually obstructing a driver's vision, because some of those things are so big, they're really hard to see around.
Yes, I would appreciate having the commander, Eric Tennyson, approach the podium to respond to that concern.
Good evening, Councilmember Craven. To answer your question, we can look at each one of these individually, and when we see it, we can look at it from a public safety perspective in terms of traffic and make sure that they're not in line of sight, blocking a stop sign or blocking other vehicles that may be approaching that could cause a traffic safety impact. So we will definitely advise our staff to take a look at that when they're responding to calls like that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions on that issue?
Doesn't look like it. Please proceed, Mr. Norman.
Thank you. The next issue is street sweeping services. Next slide, please. We have received questions about the efficacy of street sweeping now that there are more cars parking on residential streets. Specifically, we had one gentleman say, hey, this is a waste of money because there are so many cars parking on the street. Our Public Works Director drove through several neighborhoods and has seen that there is significant curb space available to sweep, and we recommend continuing street sweeping services throughout the emergency. And Mr. Klotzel, if you're available in the audience, please approach the podium.
Yes. Good evening, Council. What the city manager has shared is accurate. Staff did drive numerous neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, over the last couple of days, verifying that, yes, there are more cars parked. However, there is a majority of curb space still free and clear to be swept, and that's the recommendation is to continue that, to maintain the cleanliness, the health and safety of streets with removal of trash and debris. It is also, while the frequency is not mandated in our NPDES stormwater permit, the action of street sweeping is a best management practice that is required to be accomplished to be in compliance with our NPDES permit. So that's another reason why it's important to continue this.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzel. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Please.
With the fact that there is a potential we may have more RVs parked on the street, would we not want to continue to monitor this and make sure that we're able to achieve what our stated goal is as far as keeping our streets clean, and we won't be impaired by more vehicles, and especially vehicles that are oversized?
I'm not sure if there's a question there, council member, or is that a statement?
It's a question. I'm just wondering if we do not want to realize that we may have some more up-to-date information in the future, perhaps as early by our next council meeting, to see if, in fact, we do have more RVs. And if that's the case, and staff can certainly do what they've done before, is to go and do an analysis on that and perhaps bring it back to us.
We can certainly do that.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one comment.
Please.
I followed the street sweeper through Village of the Park because they were sweeping that neighborhood today, knowing that this was going to be discussed. And there was still plenty of things for them to sweep. I particularly followed him down in Village of the Park Drive, where he was sweeping where the road met the center divider, all the way down there. So there's clearly leaves to be swept out there. I can tell you that my street and a lot of the streets that I've driven around, there's still plenty of room to sweep. One recommendation I would make, and I have made, is that when it comes to industrial areas, if there's a way to schedule street sweeping on the weekends as opposed to the weekdays, because clearly there are still plenty of people, some people going to work, particularly in some of the industrial areas, depending on what they do, they are considered essential. But in industrial areas, commercial areas, there's probably far fewer cars on the weekend than there is the weekday. So if there is a way to adjust the schedule, I think it would be more effective.
Mr. Klotzel, you and I had a previous discussion about that. Could you respond to what our plan of action might be in terms of that request?
Yes, we can take that into consideration as far as when the contract for the street sweep would come up for revision or renewal. It's a little different of a contract situation. That sweeping is accomplished through the franchise agreement with Harrison, the trash hauler, and currently the schedule is set through that agreement, and we'll look at the possibility of revisiting the scheduling there for the industrial areas to look at weekends. Yeah, so we will explore that in the future. The current schedule is to get into the industrial areas as early in the morning as possible to avoid as much traffic and parked vehicles there as possible.
Are there any more questions on this issue?
I have one, would it be, if it turns out that we have a lot of RVs that are out on the streets, since the outlet mall is closed, we probably have places for them to go. I don't know about security and things like that, but is there a possibility of utilizing that space?
I think Commander Tennyson would probably be the best to respond to that idea.
I think that would present some logistical challenges because that's private property, so we'd have to get some agreement from the outlets to get them to let us put them there. I also think that if it is being used in the event that a family member is quarantining themselves because they've tested positive, that proximity to being placed in front of their house is probably one of the big benefits and why they brought it to their house in the first place. So I'm not sure practically that would be a good solution as well.
I think there are also some security concerns by having people out there, considering that we're trying to keep people out of the outlet malls for security reasons. Is that correct, Commander?
I would agree with that as well.
Thank you. Any other questions on this issue? Next slide, please. At your last council meeting, you wanted to discuss how the city council is receiving public comment during these remote meetings. So currently, people can email or phone in questions and comments no later than 1 hour before the meeting. People wanting to speak to the city council over the phone on an item can leave their phone number, and the city clerk will call them when the time comes for them to comment on the item. They will have 3 minutes to finish their call unless otherwise determined by the city council. Currently, there is a lack of technology for us to take call-ins in real time. For example, that would require a phone bank, similar to what you would have when you call a radio station, where they say, we'll take caller number 5. Well, they have a whole phone bank that's set up to bank those calls, to unlock them one at a time so that people could talk. We don't have that technology to do that. So I'm going to leave this discussion to you, and you can discuss how you want to take public comments going forward.
Does anybody want to discuss that at this point, or should we defer that until after Mr. Norman's presentation?
I have a question.
Mr. Mulchay?
Mr. Norman, are the council chambers still open? If someone wanted to come down to council chambers and walk to that podium, could they do so?
No, the council chambers are closed to the.
That's my only question.
I have a question.
Like to be heard, Mrs. Craven?
Is this completely within the governor's order?
Mr. Pyrick.
I had to find my mute button. The answer is yes. It is.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Kildee.
Other cities, do we have any data on how they're handling this particular situation?
City clerk.
I believe all the other cities, I believe, Dave, you had said one other city was allowing people to call in, but all the other cities were handling it in the manner that we're handling it currently.
I believe that's true. I think all the other cities are handling it, except for one, are handling it as I've described.
I could add to that, the county of Ventura as well is handling it similar to the city of Camarillo. They require their comments by email to be in by 5 p.m. the day before their meeting, and they meet during the day.
All right, is there any more discussion on this item, or hearing none with no objection, then I think we will leave this item. We will proceed from here on out in accordance with what's on the screen, unless, of course, there is any other guidance through a subsequent executive order by the governor. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Next slide, please. The Camarillo Library is staffed by employees provided by LS&S under a contract with the city. So the library employees are not city employees. They are, in fact, contract employees of LS&S. LS&S can only perform a minimal amount of the scope of services in its contract because of the library closure. LS&S has been informed that the city will not be paying for services not rendered. LS&S will need to decide whether to continue paying its employees or not. That is not a city decision. The city has requested LS&S to provide a new scope of services and renegotiate the contract as soon as possible. LS&S has over 80 libraries under contract throughout the nation, so we are not the only library that is in this position. Before I go to the next point, let me say that in the city of Moore Park, their contract is slightly different than ours. They were not required to renegotiate a contract. They just suspended the contract. So that meant that all the library employees were laid off by LS&S, and the library was fully closed and all services not rendered. Another issue at the library is the handling of books and fear of infection when those books come back. Staff believes, my staff believes, this is a manageable problem through the use of gloves, quarantining the books after they're picked up from the drop bin, and using disinfectant to wipe the books down before they're reshelved. Any questions about, so in other words, the library contract's going to have to come back for an amendment to be approved by the city council, and trying to right-size the contract for this current situation. It could very well be that we know that they're doing some electronic work, to keep the electronic collection up, and we're trying to determine just what that is. Ms. Nichols, if you're available, if you have any other comments, they would be appreciated about this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. I did have some communication with Mr. Apodaca, the library director, and he has stated that currently the library is fully staffed. They're handling the returns, as you mentioned. They are supporting the electronic collections. And he did mention that the state library just announced that the extension of Zip Books program funding, which allows library staff to mail patrons books through Amazon. As you recall, maybe a couple of meetings ago, Mr. Apodaca talked about that new program. And just as with local government, library professionals receive daily updates from American Library Association and the California Library Association on best practices. So similar to what here at City Hall, library staff is required to use personal protective equipment, which is provided by library management, including hand sanitizer, gloves. There are hand sanitizers at each station, and they require them to use the best health practices. As Mr. Norman mentioned, when books are collected, they are put in a 3-day quarantine. The sanitizing books, however, it's not that easy, and it's just not been proven whether or not sanitizing the books would kill the virus, but they are quarantined for a 3-day quarantine. So that is what the library staff has been actively doing these last few weeks since we first talked about this.
Are there any questions on this item?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
With the, I'm sorry, Sean, go ahead. Sorry, yeah, with any, Mr. Norman, with any amendment to the contract with LS&S, would that be retroactive to when we shut the library down, or would that be simply moving forward from the date of the amendment?
We're discussing that on staff. We were going to be writing them a letter basically saying that we would not be paying for services not rendered since the shutdown. And so that will obviously come up for discussion and negotiation.
And I'm going to move into a comment a little bit. And I would presume that because the services, a large portion of the services cease to be serviced, completed at that time, that they would make appropriate preparations for anticipating that. So.
Oh,
Yes.
I just wanted to add that we do have a conference call scheduled for tomorrow, so we'll get additional information and we'll be able to express these comments. And as you recall, when Mr. Apodaca was here 2 or 3 weeks ago, he was asked by the council if there would be work for the staff to do. And Mr. Apodaca had shared with us that along with the supporting the electronic collections and the handling returns, they would be working on programs that they would be bringing back once the library opened. I'm not sure how long that would be able to sustain the staff currently, but that's what we will be discussing. So it's not certain what has been going on the last few weeks since we closed the library to the public, but that's something that we'll be discussing tomorrow.
Question?
Please go ahead.
From my understanding is that they haven't been working and then they've been called back into work. And I think one of the concerns is the definition of essential worker and how they fit into that. I wonder if you could speak to that.
Mr. Pierick, do you have any comments on that aspect?
Sorry, could you restate the question, please?
The question has been brought up that are the people working at the library considered essential workers under the executive order?
I don't believe that the executive order does identify them as the essential workers. The order that was issued by the county delegates to the local government the authority to designate which of its employees are essential. However, as Mr. Norman has pointed out, the LS&S employees are not city employees.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Mr. Kildee.
Yes, with the handling of books and the 3-day quarantine, is that best practices, or do you know how they came up with the 3 days?
Councilmember Kildee, I am not certain. In my correspondence with Mr. Apodaca, he did mention that recommendations were being passed down by the American Library Association and California Library Association. So that would be something that I would have to confirm whether that came down from those agencies.
Yes, if you would confirm that in your conference with them tomorrow, I would request that.
Will do. And to just further answer Ms. Santangelo's comment regarding that the library staff was out and then called back, they were out for 1 day as LS&S try to, as many of us try to react to the order, and then they were called in after 1 day of absence.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have a question.
Mrs. Craven.
Wouldn't it, well, my comment is, it seems to me that it's essential for somebody at some point to collect the books, or the book bins are going to get overcrowded and then the books would be out perhaps in the rain. So my question is, wouldn't somebody have to be there to do that type of thing for at least a while until all the books are returned?
Councilmember Craven, yes, that would be a function that would need to be done if we were, since we are allowing for the return of books. One option could be that we lock the bins so that books cannot be returned. Of course, we would want our patrons to know that, but that would be an action that we'd have to take so that we would not have to have staff there to empty the bins.
Mr. Ray, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Moshe.
And this is directed to Mr. Norman. Is it the city's intention, or is it your intention to keep the library closed for the duration of the emergency, knowing that school districts have pushed back any potential reopening to May 1st? And I personally figure that it's going to eclipse the remainder of the school year, semester, and go into summer. If that is the case, the library will still remain closed through the summer as long as we're in an emergency?
Yes.
Yeah.
there any other questions of Mr. Norman on this item? Mr. Norman, let me interject something. It's 7:23 on my clock, and we have some time certain items at 7:30. I'm not certain how long it will take for the transit system impacts / revisions item to occur, but I'm wondering whether or not we ought to take a very short recess. If it looks like the transit system impacts are going to be longer than a couple of minutes, then I think we should recess until 7:30.
I think that would be a prudent course of action. Let's recess this item and pick up COVID-19 impacts at transit system impacts.
All right. Then we're in recess until 7:30. so that the public knows, we were discussing item 14B on the public health emergency on COVID-19. We're going to return to that discussion after this next series of items. These next series of items were scheduled as a time certain presentation for 7:30 p.m. on our agenda, so we are going to go to those items. The first item up is item 15A, the 2019 Camarillo Uniformed Crime Report. Do we have Chief Tennyson or Mr. Norman?
The chief is going to be up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and citizens. It is my pleasure to provide a report on the 2019 Uniform Crime Reporting Statistics for the City of Camarillo. I'm going to start by looking at this from a broad perspective, and then we will zero in on some of the specific crimes and address some of the areas that stood out from last year. As many of you know, you've been through this presentation before, you know that the Uniformed Crime Report is a series of statistics that are kept by local law enforcement agencies and that are reported to the FBI for local government, educators, media to dig into that data and really just to see what the status of crime is across the country in a uniform manner. I wanted to note that this year is the last year, 2020 is the last year we'll be using and reporting through the Uniform Crime Report. In 2021, we'll be using the National Incident-Based Reporting System, or NIBRS. So the data that we'll be getting next year will be much more thorough and comprehensive for us. So back to the Uniform Crime Report. We report Part 1 crimes to the FBI. Those Part 1 crimes are broken down into violent offenses, which include homicide, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault, and property offenses, which include burglary, theft, motor vehicle theft, and arson. So on a big picture, historical perspective for us, overall in 2019, our Part 1 crime data reflected another decrease of 5%, which is significant because it comes off of on the heels of a 27% decrease in 2018 and even a decrease in 2017 before that. In total, we had in the city of Camarillo 12.56 crimes per 1,000 residents. So we tracked this uniform crime reporting data back to 1991. And that 12.56 per 1,000 is the lowest we've ever had on record. And it's compared to 13.41 last year, which was incredibly low. As we all know, crime rates are affected by a number of factors, including social trends, economic conditions, and legislative changes. And part of utilizing the Uniform Crime Reporting Statistics is that we want to identify trends while they're happening as quickly as we can and respond in an appropriate way with our resources. Digging into the crime rate, Part 1 crimes, as I said, overall were down 5% from last year, which also was a decrease the year before. And I said 12.5 crimes for every 1,000 residents. When we break that down by violent crime versus property crime, our violent crime was down to 0.83 crimes per 1,000, and our property crime was 11.72 per 1,000. In 2019, City of Camarillo generated 17,935 calls for service compared to 18,739 last year, which was a decrease in 4%. Our deputies made 3,070 arrests in 2019 compared to 3,096. So it's a decrease of less than 1%. It's 26 fewer arrests from last year. This is the violent crimes breakdown, and this is a comparison between 2019 and 2018. So you can see for homicide, we're flat. Rapes, we went actually up by 6 rapes, and I will discuss that a little further on the next slide. Robberies are down to 16 from 21 in 2018, and aggravated assaults were cut by more than half, down to 20 last year. For the rape, criminal sexual assault category, I want to be clear that it's not just rape. The definition of rape also includes crimes such as sodomy, penetration with a foreign object, or forced oral copulation. So it is now a broad category that was changed several years back. A little detail on this category that although we did see an increase up to 22 from 16, we had no established pattern or trend. In 21 of the 22 cases, the victim and suspect were known to one another prior to the incident occurring. 10 of the cases involved alcohol or drugs, and in all the investigations thus far, 9 people have been arrested. And I'll go back and note that all of the other crimes, if you guys have any questions at any time, please don't hesitate to interrupt me and ask, but all of the other crimes were down compared to 2018, and that was continued a 3-year trend. I'd like to move on to Part 1 property crimes. Those crimes that are tracked in this category include residential burglary, commercial burglary, grand theft, petty theft, vehicle theft, and arson. Now, we were down in almost every one of the categories except grand theft and petty theft, and we're up just slightly in all of those. And I'd like to address just a couple of those right now. One subcategory of the thefts that we saw an increase was in shoplifts, and we saw an increase of nearly 100 over 2018. So if we go back to the previous slide, considering that we were barely up on grand and petty thefts, yet we had 100 increases in shoplifts, our numbers are actually pretty good. We held the line pretty good in every other category of theft. Some of the reasons for the increases in theft came from an increase in intervention by loss prevention officers at one of the major retail establishments. In one of those retail establishments, we responded to more than 50 more shoplifters in custody than we did the previous year. So the loss prevention officers were a lot more aggressive in identifying and detaining shoplifters for us and then calling us. Another interesting trend in the theft area is the increase in sophistication level of those involved in the misdemeanor thefts. We've had arrests where we've talked to the people about the crimes they were committing, and they know what the threshold is going from a misdemeanor to a felony. And they, in particular, they'll go into stores up and down the state, and they will steal just enough to keep them under the $950 threshold to make it a felony. And they do that on purpose. And so they're aware of that. They know that in general, a misdemeanor theft is going to get them a citation and a release. So they are growing more sophisticated. They know the crimes. They know the penalties and the punishments, and they change their tactics and behavior based on that. I'd like to go into now the units and bureaus within the station and what role they played in investigating and preventing crime last year. Your Camarillo Detective Bureau consists of a sergeant, 4 senior deputies, and 1 deputy. They investigate all crimes that occur in the city. They investigate missing persons, runaways, and any other incident that doesn't reach the level of a crime. They'll also investigate many of those. In 2019, your detectives received about 1,325 cases. Of those, 875 were felony and 450 were misdemeanor. 682 of those cases were closed and 420 were closed by arrest. During the year, they authored and executed 129 search warrants. A couple of notable cases that I'd like to bring your attention to just shows the good work that our detectives are putting in every day. Earlier in 2019, we had a suspect who smashed a car window and stole from a car that was parked outside the Padre Serra Parish during church services. Our detectives worked with the victim's credit card company and followed the trail of credit card expenditures. Eventually, they were able to identify a fairly well-known Oxnard thief, and they arrested him and his accomplice. And based on their investigation, they were able to connect those two to vehicle burglaries in Ventura, Oxnard, Sherman Oaks, and even a robbery in Calabasas. Another interesting case, detectives investigated a commercial burglary at a fast food restaurant here in town. Once they obtained video surveillance, they were able to identify the suspect. They did search warrants on the subject at his house. He was arrested and found to be responsible for an additional fast food robbery that occurred in Oxnard. And then another one that I'd like to talk about real quickly, because this is indicative of a trend that we've seen, is patrol deputies conducted a normal routine traffic stop on a subject up in the area of Spanish Hills. And when the deputy contacted the subject. He found what he believed to be stolen property, but at the time could not prove the property was stolen. Later on in the day, a victim reported a residential burglary up in the Spanish Hills area, and they were able to connect the property they found earlier on the traffic stop with that victim. So they continued their investigation. They found that the driver who had been stopped earlier in the day was working with two others to commit residential burglaries in Camarillo. All three were from Los Angeles area and were linked to additional burglaries both in our county and outside of our county. Our special enforcement detail is a team that consists of a sergeant, a senior deputy, 3 deputies, and an administrative assistant. Now these folks are a plainclothes unit. They have kind of a variety of assignments. They're responsible for street-level narcotics enforcement. They investigate violent crimes, gang crimes, vandalisms. They'll investigate property crimes where suspects might be our prolific offenders that we've been having problems with. In 2019, our SED conducted 127 probation and parole searches that resulted in 44 arrests and authored 37 search warrants in those and made a total of 168 arrests throughout the year. One really interesting number that we're very proud of is that they seized 129 illegal firearms and thousands of rounds of ammunition during the year. And this is important to us because when these firearms fall into the hands of people who have no business having them, bad things happen. And our team is very aggressive at finding those who don't belong having weapons and seizing those. During the year, they also conducted or assisted in 64 surveillances, and routinely they'll assist other entities within our agency and with outside agencies on cases that have carryover into Camarillo. It's just a snapshot of some of the arrests that they made during the year. You can see they make a lot of drug under the influence arrests, some warrant arrests, property crimes arrests. All told, they made 168 arrests during the year last year. Interesting case. You see a picture here of some assault weapons, some handguns, and lots of ammunition. Earlier in the year, detectives obtained information about a Camarillo resident who was a drug addict and in possession of numerous firearms. They conducted a couple-week-long investigation, authored a search warrant for the person's home, and during the search warrant, they found illegally possessed assault rifles, handguns, and about 20,000 rounds of ammo and a small amount of drugs. And this suspect was arrested, booked, and charged in Superior Court. Just an example of the kind of work these guys are doing on a weekly basis. A really important unit to us is the Community Resource Unit. Our Community Resource Unit spends a lot of time building those positive relationships in the community, and also within that unit is our school resource officers. As you all know, all of our Pleasant Valley Unified School Districts and our Oxnard Union School District have school resource officers assigned to the schools. They investigate all crimes that occur at the school. They really do a lot of counseling and mentoring, both of students and of parents who are dealing with troubled students at the school. And that's one of the things we're proudest of, is just how many people they're able to reach out and touch through that counseling and that mentoring. Do a lot of training. Last year they did 22 drills, public safety related drills at all the campuses. The number I was talking about, the mediations, the mentoring, the counseling, they did 2,500 student mediations and 817 parent mediations during the year, which is phenomenal. Our Community Resource Unit also oversees the coordination of all of our volunteer groups. These folks combined, these 3 volunteer groups donated more than 15,000 hours to the city of Camarillo. Our Explorer Post consists of 19 members. They donated over 5,200 hours. Our DART team is 25 members who donated over 1,800 hours. And our Citizen Patrol, who are invaluable, they're out every single day being extra eyes, extra ears. They do traffic-related, not enforcement. If there's a traffic collision, they'll direct traffic to keep the officers and other first responders safe while they're investigating traffic. But they donated over 9,300 hours. And I'll tell you, they've been gone for the last few weeks as we've dwindled our volunteer programs because of the COVID-19. And they are chomping at the bit to get back to work, and we really miss them. They do a lot for us. The youth in our community are serviced by the Community Resource Unit through diversion programs, which is kind of like our own informal probation. If a juvenile gets in trouble, whether it's at school or not at school, and they don't have a prior record or history of getting in trouble, we have a youth officer who kind of puts them on an informal probation, has a contract with them, and after 6 months, if they've filed or followed all of the rules of that contract, the case doesn't get filed anywhere, and they successfully can complete a diversion. So this is great for those kids who, we know just need another chance and who we think would benefit from this. Another thing that we do is the RM Piles Boys Camp, which is a great camp up in the Sequoia National Forest. They go up for about 2 weeks. I've been up there myself. It's a really great place where the kids go and they learn about trust. They learn about building self-confidence. It's just a great program, and it's all based on scholarship, so it doesn't cost these families anything. Through the community, our community outreach with the Community Resource Unit is crucial. We have neighborhood watch groups that have been growing year over year. Senior Deputy Virginia Tinoco is in charge of that, and she's passionate about it. She communicates with these neighborhood watch groups regularly to push out information to the block captains to let them know about crime trends that are going on. And so they're, again, more eyes and ears for us. Coffee with the Cop was very successful. They averaged about one a month last year, and we want to continue to do that this year. One of the things we're going to be doing with Coffee with a Cop is they're going to be themed. So our first Coffee with a Cop that we had themed was on domestic violence, where we had folks from the county's Family Justice Center there to provide information on that new program. We also do Business Watch, which again, it's a great tool for us to communicate emerging crime trends with the businesses throughout Camarillo, so that they know what to expect. They know what we're seeing elsewhere, maybe within the county and maybe outside the county within the state, and we can get word to them, and they can be quicker to identify criminal groups that might be coming in and quicker to call us, so we can get out there and have a better chance of apprehending people. And you can see all the other community engagements on here. I won't go through all of them. Again, another one of the programs that we are very proud of that takes up a lot of our efforts is the Project Hope project that was began back in 2013. As you all know, Deputy Chris Dyer is our deputy who's assigned to this unit, and they provide services and outreach to all of our homeless folks living within the city of Camarillo. Chris does a tremendous job taking time to introduce himself to these people, to conduct outreach, to build trust and relationships with these folks, because it's only through taking that time to build that trust and build a relationship that they will start accepting some of the services that he can offer up. Just in January, we conducted the 2020 point in time homeless count, and we identified 30 homeless people living in Camarillo, which is down 3 from the previous year. And sorry, those numbers are wrong. It should say 2020 and 2019. So we had 30 this year compared to 33 last year. Deputy Dyer made a total of 188 contacts for an average of about 16 per month in 2019. Many of our contacts are with the same people over and over. It takes a persistent effort by somebody, and Chris certainly provides that for us to achieve a breakthrough with some of these folks. As you all know, in January of last year, the Behavioral Health obtained a grant by which they could send a clinician to ride with our deputy 20 hours a week. Chris and Jose go out for 20 hours every week, and they do outreach. It's a way to more effectively and efficiently hook up our homeless population with the services that are in the community. And it's also a way for us to put somebody who's not in uniform at the front of that, because oftentimes that's one of the barriers that we see is getting past that uniform to build that trust, and that's what Jose provides for us. I think most of you saw this success story in the news media a couple of months back, but this is one that we're especially proud of. Chris, we discovered a homeless man living in an encampment under the Upland Road Bridge. And it took a little bit of coaxing, but Chris was able to go down and build some trust with this gentleman. We found out that through, a series of negative events that had gone on in his life, that he became homeless. And he managed to get up here from down south with all of the belongings under that tarp that you see. He hauled all of them up here. Chris was able to make contact, was able to build trust with this gentleman, get the names of his family in Oregon, and reach out and contact them. And through mediation that Chris did, between the man and his family. The family agreed to take him back up to Oregon. He agreed to do some therapy and some counseling up there. It was one of the conditions. And we were able to reunite him with his family. And Chris partnered with several nonprofits within the city to pay for the man's ticket and to pay for all the shipping of a whole bunch of stuff that you see in that picture back up to Oregon. And the family was so moved by it that they sent Chris a handwritten note. The parents did, as did the gentleman in the photograph, expressing their appreciation for that reunification. It was a great story. The Camarillo Traffic Bureau consists of a sergeant, a senior deputy, 2 motorcycle deputies, 4 traffic enforcement deputies, and 4 20-hour cadets. Now, the 20-hour cadets are actually really just 2 full-timers. We've married those up together. The Bureau documents and investigates all traffic collisions that occur within the city. They respond to all traffic complaints and parking complaints in the city. We also manage the Sheriff's Office's Office of Traffic Safety Grant, which results in a number of DUI checkpoints, bicycle and pedestrian safety operations through the city. We just did a checkpoint about 2 weeks ago in a new location out on Santa Rosa, ended up making 5 arrests, drug and alcohol-related arrests off that checkpoint. So we've been pretty successful in that. We'd really like to see no arrests come from that. That means there are not people out there driving when they shouldn't be. But the fact that we found a new corridor that people are using to try and avoid enforcement, we're pretty happy about that. That unit is also responsible for conducting driver safety classes, including the Start Smart class and the Senior Driving Safety class, which are 2 categories that we've seen are involved in the overwhelming majority of the collisions that happen in the city. These are some statistics, 2018 compared to 2019. We had 1 more fatal collision in 2019 than we did in 2018. We had almost exactly the same amount of injury collisions. We were down 1. 13 fewer non-injury collisions, 51 fewer DUI collisions, which is a number that we're very happy with. Our DUI arrests did go down as compared to 2018. Citations were down, parking citations were down, and the storing of vehicles went up. A few noticeable trends that I'd like to talk about before I close are residential burglaries. We were down last year, but we did see a few trends that popped up. Based on MOs, we believe that 21 of the residential burglaries we saw last year, and we had a total of, well, it was 100 combined between residential and commercial burglaries, but 21 of the burglaries we believe were committed by burglary crews. 21 of the 58 residential burglaries we believe were committed by burglary crews, generally from the Los Angeles area or even potentially members of international crews. You may have read about in the news recently all over the country they're experiencing where folks are taking advantage of a visa process where they are coming up here and staying and committing burglaries and sending the proceeds from their burglaries back to their home. The crews usually consist of 2 or 3 subjects, including a getaway driver. They use cell phones to communicate. The getaway driver is also their lookout. They generally burglarize homes in the afternoon or the early evening when nobody's home, and they make entry by smashing a rear glass sliding door and glass window. A new trend that kind of came up early in 2019 was that a lot of houses we saw getting burglarized were backing up to open spaces. So that was an interesting trend, and we saw that they were targeting generally jewelry and cash. And it's not noted on here, but these burglary crews do not like to commit burglaries when people are home because that can result in bad things happening, and they know that, and that's not what they're interested in. Our commercial burglaries that we had, 42 last year, most of those burglaries occur in the overnight hours between 1 and 4 a.m. They usually force entry by breaking glass or prying open doors or windows. We've had them occur at retail stores, restaurants, liquor stores, and pharmacies. We do know that other agencies in Ventura County, generally when we see a trend, they see a trend as well. And we work very well together with the other cities in Ventura County and even the agencies down in LA County and further away, and oftentimes are able to discover connections between the burglary crews and link them up with different crimes occurring in different jurisdictional areas. So some of the strategies that we have in place for reducing crime, we have a monthly crime control meeting where all the chiefs of police from sheriff's contract cities, along with the captains from those stations, we get together with our crime analysis unit, and we discuss on a monthly basis what happened in each of our cities. We work to identify the trends that are going on, and we talk about ideas on how we can address those trends. We talk about and share ideas that worked and ideas that don't work. So there's an accountability built into it, in that we are expected to very quickly identify trends and come up with solutions. And we work together among all of our contract cities to share ideas and find best practices to deal with the crime control. We've also increased our efforts to pair the intelligence-led policing model with the intelligence-driven prosecution. And what this is on the police officer side, we use intelligence-led policing, and really the goal of that is to work to identify the 10% of crooks who are really committing about 90% of the crime. And when we do identify those crooks, we label them prolific offenders. These are guys who are out on the street stealing from cars, stealing from businesses, doing identity thefts. And when we identify them as a prolific offender, we work hard to target them through probation and parole searches to keep them in custody instead of having them on the street where they're victimizing the residents of Camarillo and the other surrounding cities. The district attorney's office is utilizing the intelligence-driven prosecution, which essentially takes those folks we've identified as prolific offenders, and when we arrest them, they prosecute them vertically. In other words, they don't pass off a case from one DA to one DA to another DA. One specific district attorney handles that and tracks that case so that we have buy-in, so that everybody knows that this is a person we want extra attention paid to. And I think that's really one of the reasons that we continue to see our crime rate go down despite, previous years of reductions. The reduction strategies for some specific areas. Camarillo Outlets is a place that we respond to quite often. It's known by shoppers and crooks alike, and generally they like the same places. Shoppers like it because they can get great deals there. They have lots of stores to choose from. They can get lots of merchandise. Well, thieves target it for the exact same reasons. So we utilize our volunteers to drive through there as often as we can. We put in high visibility patrols, those folks in marked units and uniforms. We'll also put our SED units in there in plain cars and plain clothes to see if they can identify folks who are lurking around there who shouldn't be. We have some electronic surveillance out there. We have some cameras out there and an automatic license plate readers. We'll place those at different locations throughout there. That'll help us it has helped us to identify criminals after they've committed a crime or before, and we can tie them into certain locations at certain times. This year, our community resource unit is going to be working with the stores out there and the businesses out there, and working on a new education program to advise shoppers who might show up here on the best way to avoid becoming a victim of crime. Domestic violence is always an area that we really focus on. We've done a lot of domestic violence training with all of our staff members. Oftentimes we'll have the district attorneys come out and provide us with training on, better ways to make a good case that they'll be able to file in the long run. So we've worked well with our DA's office on that. Our detectives and our community resource unit, we work to identify those folks where we've responded numerous times for domestic violence related issues. And we go the extra mile and make sure those folks are educated, make sure they know what resources are available to them, so that we can help prevent them from being victims of domestic violence anymore. Again, I had mentioned earlier that we held our first themed Coffee with a Cop event in February, which we used to highlight domestic violence education and prevention. On those residential burglaries I talked about, we utilize our community resource unit for public awareness. Whenever we have a residential burglary, they'll go out into the neighborhood. They will conduct some education in the neighborhood. We'll bring our volunteers out there. We'll hand out pamphlets and provide them with information on ways that they can work to prevent themselves from being victims of crime again, or even to alert us when there are suspicious actors roaming around the neighborhoods, because we can't be everywhere all the time. Lastly, the schools. We really work hard to mitigate the school violence by providing training both to our school resource officers, and to our staff and students at the schools. We conduct training, as I mentioned earlier, 22 trainings at the schools last year by our school resource officers. We continue to work on the threat assessments with the schools. Whenever they have somebody that's of concern, our school resource officers will sit down with school staff and conduct an assessment if need be, and always continuing to look at our safety plan, see if there's anything that needs to be updated on that. And lastly, traffic. We continue to use the Office of Traffic Safety grant to focus on collision reduction, distracted driving, and bicycle and pedestrian safety. And one of the things that we're really looking forward to for 2020 is that the Sheriff's Office will be moving to utilize electronic citations and a new traffic collision reporting and analytics system. And the reason we're excited about this is because this gets data on traffic collisions and on areas where we're issuing certain types of traffic citations. It gets that data into our system and allows us to analyze it much more quickly so that we can put cops on dots to respond to problem areas. So that's going to be a really nice improvement that we'll see in 2020. To sum this up, the City of Camarillo has been contracting with the Sheriff's Office ever since it was incorporated in 1964. And the city has come to expect a very high level of police services from the Sheriff's Office. And the Sheriff's Office continually works with the resources that we've been given to provide that level of public safety that the city expects. And we are very proud of the relationship that's been built over since 1964, and we will continue to provide those police services at the high level the city's come to expect. And with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Chief Tennyson, for an excellent report. Do any of the members of the council have questions?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Mr. Khalid.
Yeah, Mr. Tennyson, thank you for the, Commander Tennyson, I should refer to you as such, the very thorough report, and it never ceases to amaze me the dedication of yourself, your staff, your administrators, and the deputies. If you could please pass that along to them. My question is, I see that DUIs are down. Do you have any data or any thoughts on to why that would be the case?
As part of the Office of Traffic Safety grant that we have, one of the major components of that is education. And our traffic unit is regularly putting out press releases on educating drivers about DUI enforcement. We've conducted a number of DUI checkpoints throughout the city. I think we did 2 or 3 last year. Those are also advertised. We don't tell them where we're going to do it, but we tell them when we're going to do that. And we have a zero tolerance policy on that. So I'm hoping that the education and outreach that we do is having an impact on that. As you also saw in there, the DUI collisions were also down last year. So I'd like to say that we can link those through. Obviously, I can't say with 100% certainty that they are linked, but the data certainly shows that we're having fewer DUI collisions, and we do a lot of education on that as well. So I'm hoping, those two things combined are part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do other council members have questions for Chief Tennyson?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Moshe.
Chief, the shoplifting, are you, I guess I'm asking anecdotally, is the shoplifting being primarily at the outlets, is that committed by locals, outsiders, people who are traveling throughout the state? And do you see a lot of repeat offenders when it comes to shoplifting?
So the answer is all of the above. We have people coming from Los Angeles. We made a great arrest in December of a crew that went up and burglarized the Nike store. 4 people. They each stole less than $950, and all were captured after a deputy who was responding spotted a possible suspect vehicle and made a stop. They're from Los Angeles. We do have people from around here who go out and steal. Like I said, they have a lot of great stores out there. And that's what brings shoppers to Camarillo, but it also brings criminals. We also have some of the big box stores like Target that are also targets for shoplifting as well. So it truly is all of the above. We have people coming from within Camarillo, from within the county, and from outside the county up and down the state who will steal from the businesses.
As a follow-up question, when it comes to COVID-19, what's been the impact on either you officers, and you had brought up the schools and the school resource officers. With school not in session, I presume that the school resource officers are not needed. Are they being reassigned to other tasks or what?
Thanks for asking that question. Yes, all of our SROs are still working. They just happen to not be working in our schools. We have redeployed those deputies as extra patrol. As you know, the outlet malls have completely closed, and that's a concern for us because without lots of eyes and ears there during the day, it's potentially a target for those who might want to commit commercial burglaries. So while we expect shoplifts will go down drastically at the outlet mall because they're not open, there is a chance that commercial burglaries will increase. So we have those SROs out in the streets as extra eyes and ears who can detect crimes and suspicious characters before they are able to commit crimes and respond once it's happened.
I do want to say I really appreciate all the data and all the information you provided because I enjoyed the thoroughness of your report. When it comes to the volunteer groups, the Explorers, the DARTs, Citizen Patrol, have those, in light of COVID-19, have those all been suspended, or what is the status on each one of those?
We've suspended all volunteer programs.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do any other questions from any other council members?
Your Honor, I have a comment.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
First of all, I'm really happy to see these numbers. It's good to see numbers going down, especially for the second year. And we appreciate, all of us appreciate all of the efforts of everybody in the police department. I wanted to comment on the Citizen Patrol and their 9,377 hours and make sure everybody knows that this is the longest continuous Citizen Patrol group in the nation. There were others that were started earlier, but they have ended, and others started later, but ours is the longest continuous one. And I think this group, they're really dedicated, and kudos out to them because they do a lot of things. They do the home checks. They're not doing them now, but they will be back and doing them. They help direct traffic during the parades and during any traffic accident, and they do a lot. So I always have a hat off to them when I see them. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, and I agree. They're invaluable, and as they've been gone, we've really felt that loss that they're not here.
Any other questions?
I do. I think this is a great report. It's really well done. And the only thing that would be really nice to know, I like seeing the trend over time, but I wonder if or has this ever been presented with showing us statistics from neighboring cities or cities similar to our makeup and size, or any other close characteristics? Has it ever been done, or how hard would that be to do? Or perhaps with the new system, would that be something that would be easier?
We actually have that data available with UCRs as well. I happen to bring it with me. So although it's not presented in this report, I do have the uniform crime reports for all the cities in Ventura County. Now, there were a couple that haven't released it yet, so we don't have their numbers. But, for Camarillo, in terms of comparison to other cities, we're the third lowest in violent crimes per 1,000 people at 0.83 violent crimes per 1,000 people. And there is only, 0.67 and 0.70 are the two who are ahead of us. So we're pretty close in crimes per 1,000 people. Now, for property crimes, though, we're on the higher side of the 10 contract cities. And again, I attribute a lot of that to we are known for our retail outlet stores. And we're going to have crime out there. We're going to have, shoplifts and thefts out there. And that's just something we know is brought in by the outlets. So although that number is on the higher side of the 10 cities, it's certainly not the highest, but it is higher, and that's part of the reason for it.
Thank you. That's interesting. Are those numbers for other cities? Is there a way to access those online or for the public to do, or is that something that each city holds on to?
The Sheriff's Office releases for all of its contract cities, so you can get all of our contract cities through the Sheriff's Office press release. It went out about 2 to 3 weeks ago. Each of the cities released their own, but every city does a release of it. And you can get all the statistics. The FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting has a website, and you can get all of the cities off that website as well.
Excellent. My last question, just because of COVID-19 and a lot of people stuck at home, have you noticed either a increase in calls for domestic violence, or is that something that you're keeping an eye on, maybe checking with victims or suspects or repeat offenders a little bit more often right now?
Yeah, so I'd have to speak to you anecdotally on that because I haven't run the numbers, but we have discussed it, and we do feel like we have more of those issues of people being cooped up either together. We feel like we maybe have had more domestic-related calls, not necessarily where we've made arrests because there's been physical violence, but just more of us going out to mediate. We have certainly had more calls where we have disputes going on between neighbors as well, and I think a lot of that probably is attributed to a lot more people being home a lot more often and kind of being, in those close quarters for longer than we're used to being. And we will keep an eye on that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate the recognition of that. I think it's a difficult time, and there's a lot of stress, not only just being stuck at home, but perhaps loss of a job causing you to be stuck at home. So I appreciate you doing that, and I appreciate all your work. I think you guys have done a great job, always do a great job, and I love the relationship between you and our community. So thank you.
Hi, Keith. I had a comment and a question for you. The first is a comment, and like everyone else, compliments to the Camarillo Police Department. The numbers are very good. They're going in the right, almost entirely going in the right direction, which is down. I was curious on slide 8, and you were talking mostly about the outlet centers and the organized retail theft issue. Is that classified now as a new crime, a felony by the state?
It actually is. I believe it's Penal Code Section 490. They've created a new crime, and so we've actually used that statute to charge folks here. As a matter of fact, the one I was telling you about where the subjects were stopped after leaving Nike, we used that statute on them on that case.
And I noticed when you discussed that case, it sounded to me like all 4 suspects had stolen in excess of $950 of goods. I guess my question is, with an organized retail theft charge, a felony charge, can someone be convicted of that for stealing less than $950 as long as it's done in a conspiracy or organized retail theft setting?
Yeah, actually, in this case, they had all stolen just under $950, and yes, we did use that case for them because of the conspiratorial nature where 2 or more people are involved and they committed the crime together. So that's how we used it in this case.
So that's a case where we had a statewide proposition. I'm trying to remember which one. I think it was AB 47 or one of those, where the grand theft threshold went down to $950, but now statutorily the legislature has devised a way on when there's organized retail theft to actually charge on the felony side, even though the amount stolen is under $950.
Yeah, so Prop 47 actually increased the threshold. So the threshold used to be $400. Anything over $400 was considered a felony, and anything under was considered a misdemeanor. So the proposition actually increased that to $950. So we had to meet a $950 threshold to make it a felony. And so obviously it was recognized that this organized retail theft is becoming more and more prevalent. It's not just in Ventura County. It's not just in the state of California. All you have to do is Google organized retail theft, and you will see articles from all over the country that describe the exact same things that we're experiencing here. So our legislature, responded appropriately to give us another tool to combat this crime.
Great. Excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you for the answer. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. It was excellent. Any other questions from any other members?
I have one, maybe not a question, more of a suggestion. Or I'm interested, it goes back to something Susan had asked, and you had answered, Commander. Because the outlets present such a unique feature for our community, and I know that they draw a lot of attention, and thus they draw a lot of offenses in terms of crime, petty theft particularly. If we take that crime out and treat it as an outlier, I'm really intrigued as to how property crimes stack up then amongst all rest of our communities.
I'd have to do some more digging into the data to do that, to see where we fall, but it's a significant chunk between the outlets and Target across the way. That's where most of our shoplifts are coming from. So I'd have to pull that out, but that'd be an interesting study to do.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Chief Tennyson, thank you very, very much for an excellent presentation. All right, for those in the public who are watching either live stream or television, we are going to, during the 6 o'clock hour, we did discuss at some length a number of issues pertaining to COVID-19. We are going to go back to our COVID-19 discussion, but before we go there, we have 3 more items that were time certain items at 7:30, so we need to take care of those items. The first one up is public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, and for the record, I just wanted to mention that we did receive several written emails, all regarding various items that were on the agenda, and they were all distributed to the city council members prior to the meeting with respect to each of those items, and I believe we'll mention it as each of those items come up. Additionally, I did receive one request for somebody to speak to you this evening via the telephone. And so I will be placing a phone call to that person. I wanted to mention I do have the timer set to do the 3-minute timer. I'll place the phone call, and I hope we don't have any sound issues because I'm not really sure how loud this is going to end up being, but bear with me.
All right, thank you.
We're going to turn that on.
Hello.
Hi, Matt. It's Jeffrey at the City of Camarillo.
Okay, how you doing, Jeffrey?
I'm good. So I have my 3-minute timer, and I'm going to start it. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it or see it, but hopefully you'll see it up in the podium screen up there.
Yeah. Well, I can't see it, but just let me know when I get close.
Okay.
Can I go ahead? You let me know when I can talk.
Okay, you can go ahead and start.
All right, you can go ahead. Could you just identify yourself for the record, please, and then Jeffrey will keep a 3-minute timer.
Okay.
My name is Matt Lormer, former resident of Camarillo. I live in Texas. I have about 3 comments. One of the comments I want to make, today the unemployment rate for California is 1 million people that filed for unemployment. It looks like it could go to 4 million. A lot of people are working part-time. It looks like a lot of businesses are down between 60 to 80%. I believe the city...
Madam Clerk, did we lose our connection?
...get together and enact pension reform and have employees to start paying 5%. I believe we shouldn't replace the city manager because his salary is $350,000. I heard you talk about, rewarding the sheriff's department. That usually costs $15,000. I believe we could help the community and businesses by giving $10 gift certificates. That would run about $600 versus $15,000. Number 2, the Pleasant Valley Park District feeds people in the morning 10 to 11. I would hope the city would offer maybe to buy toilet paper or water for that event that maybe seniors need. Number 3 I'd like to talk about is recovery. I think the city should suspend any businesses that want to open up and start a new business because it seems like we're going to have between 25 and 50% failure rate. I also think the city is losing tax dollars because Walmart is in Simi Valley and in Oxnard, and I believe the city should really reach out to Walmart and the old Kmart site and allow them to open up because the dynamics of Walmart and the amount of people that shop there, the city's going to need the revenue. Also, Chick-fil-A, I think there's opportunities to reach out to some of these businesses the city has in the past not embraced. And also, we talked about the factory outlets. It seems like the police department spend quite a bit of time with going after because of crime issues. I think the city should recommend for those places when they open back up that they really need to beef up the security. Again, the city is going to have to reduce costs. They need to look at all these issues, and I think we need to start putting a freeze on hiring. Tony was right in the fact about spending that kind of money. Remember, $15,000 is a lot of money. So I do believe we can reward the police department by buying $10 gift certificates and supporting our businesses in Camarillo. I hope you guys will consider some of these actions, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, that concludes our public comments, correct?
Yes, that can.
All right, then we are going to go ahead and move to item 17, both A and B. We have two public hearings. The first hearing is on the fiscal year 2020-2021 Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, funding applications. And I believe Ms. Buck is going to be presenting a report.
CDBG. God, there's so many. CDBG, that's the action.
No, not that. There you go.
That's it.
Thank you.
It looks like we're just getting situated here.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. The purpose of this hearing is to provide an overview of the CDBG program, review funding requests for fiscal year 2020-2021, receive public input, and review and approve preliminary funding allocations. CDBG is a HUD program that has been in effect since 1974. It provides annual formula-based grants to the states, counties, and cities to carry out activities that meet one of the following national objectives. One is benefit low or moderate income persons. Two is prevent or eliminate blight or slums. And the last one is address urgent community needs. In order to receive CDBG funding, the city must have a 5-year consolidated plan that identifies community needs and provides a framework for addressing those needs. The city's consolidated plan is current, and it's in effect until June 30th, 2020. The city is currently working on its next 5-year plan. In addition to the consolidated plan, the city must also develop the annual action plans, which explain in detail how the city will spend its annual CDBG grant. And lastly, at the end of each program year, the city must prepare the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER, on the program accomplishments. The CDBG program runs on an annual cycle. It began with a meeting in January for potential applicants. The funding applications were due by February 28th. Today's public hearing is to review the funding applications, to receive public input, and adopt preliminary funding allocations. The next step will be to prepare a draft action plan for a 30-day public review period, which will run from April 13th to May 13th. After the public review period, the City Council will consider adoption of the action plan at the May 13th public hearing. Once adopted, the action plan will be submitted to HUD for a 45-day period, 45 review period, and funding agreements will follow. Lastly, the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, or CAPER, will be prepared for the prior program year. Staff estimates that the city will have approximately $427,000 available for various programs in fiscal year 2020-2021. This amount includes $326,972, which is the allocation from HUD, plus approximately $100,000 available from program income balance. This slide shows the breakdown on how the $427,000 can be spent by each category. A total of $65,240 can be used on public services. This $65,000 is the total amount requested by Public Service Agency. A total of $65,394 can be used on program administration and fair housing. And the remaining $296,338 may be used on other eligible housing programs. Here are the 6 public service agencies listed on letters A through F that submitted funding applications and how much funding they are requesting. The first one is Lutheran Social Services, with a request of $20,000 to provide rental and utility payment assistance, critical needs such as food and bus passes and case management to low-income persons. An estimated 15 Camarillo residents will be assisted. The next one is Catholic Charities with a request of $10,000 to maintain staff positions in their OASIS program, who assist seniors with referrals to social services, coordinate volunteers to help with grocery shopping, transportation, errands, and minor housekeeping. An estimated 110 Camarillo residents will be assisted. Ventura County Human Services Agency is requesting $8,000 to pay for fleet services to provide transportation for the homeless persons or families staying at the Rain Transitional Living Center. An estimated 8 Camarillo residents will be assisted. Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurse Association is requesting $10,000 to subsidize the cost of in-home medical care for the underinsured or uninsured low-income residents. An estimated 8 Camarillo residents will be assisted. Turning Point Foundation is requesting $17,240 to maintain current staff positions to provide services such as case management to the homeless and mentally ill, substance abuse treatment, referrals, and employment assistance. An estimated 8 Camarillo residents will be assisted. Ventura County Community Development Corporation is requesting $7,500 to maintain current staff positions, providing home buyer workshops and financial education services to help families stabilize their financial situation. The requests total $72,740. Staff is recommending to fully fund 5 of the 6 public service agencies. Staff does not recommend funding Ventura County Community Development Corporation because the agency cannot provide the necessary documents to meet HUD's program requirements.
Ms. Buck, I apologize for interrupting you. Could you maybe just get a little closer to the microphone or increase your voice just a little bit? Thank you.
Okay. Here we have the requests for the other eligible programs. Under letter G, Habitat for Humanity is requesting $200,000 for their home repair program to purchase building materials to complete home repairs for low-income families. An estimated 10 Camarillo residents would be assisted with a grant amount of $200,000. Staff recommends allocating $50,000 to this program, which may assist 3 households. The lower allocation is consistent with the agency's current program year expenditures. The next 3 programs under letters H, I, and J are all city programs. Under letter H is Owner-Occupied Housing Rehabilitation Program. It provides zero-interest deferred payment loans to lower-income residents with needed property repairs. Staff recommends allocating $25,000 to fund 1 housing rehabilitation application, which was received by the city recently. The city does not have enough sufficient funding to fund this application during the current program year, but is recommending to fund it in the upcoming year. Staff does not recommend funding additional loans so that the limited grant funding can be allocated to the city's Affordable Housing Property Acquisition Program and the First-Time Homebuyer Down Payment Assistance Loan Program. Under letter I is the Affordable Housing Property Acquisition Program. It allows the city to identify and purchase property for the purposes of providing new or preserve existing affordable housing units. Staff recommends allocating $201,338 to this program, which may assist 2 households. Under letter J is the new First-Time Homebuyer Down Payment Assistance Loan Program. It provides down payment assistance to eligible households that are selected to purchase an affordable unit through the city's Affordable Housing Preservation Program. Staff recommends allocating the remaining $20,000 to this program, which may assist 2 households. And finally, HUD regulations allow up to 20% to be allocated for program administration and fair housing. Staff recommends allocating the full allowable amount to cover costs associated with program administration and fair housing program. The suggested action is to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2020-2021 preliminary funding allocations for inclusion in the fiscal year 2020-2021 CDBG action plan. And this concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Buck. Before I open this up for public hearing, let's see if there are questions from any council members. Let's start, Mrs. Craven.
No, I don't have questions.
All right. Mr. Kildee?
I do not have questions.
Mr. Mulchay?
No questions.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
No questions.
All right. I have no questions either, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for a public hearing. Do we have any, Madam Clerk, do we have any testimony in public hearing?
No, but I did want to mention that you did receive written emails on this item, and they were distributed to you prior to the meeting.
And the record will reflect that we've received those and reviewed those. All right. If that's the extent, then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And I will turn it over to comments from any council members. Perhaps start with Mrs. Craven.
I have no comments other than I think this is an excellent program, and some of the activities that staff is recommending and we discussed in study session are very worthwhile.
Right. Mr. Kildee?
Again, I compliment staff for working with the council on this. They're all very worthy organizations that do a lot of good and very much needed.
Right. Mr. Mulchay?
I think each of these programs are deserving, and I think they're going to help a rather broad stroke of people, across the spectrum. So I'm satisfied with each of these recommendations.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
I agree with the other comments. I think the way we've allocated the funds is reasonable, makes sense, and I'm glad that we're able to do this.
Thank you. I do have one question for Ms. Buck, which I neglected to ask. I'm sorry. Because these are HUD monies coming from the Federal Housing Urban Development Department and their CDBG grant monies, is the city required by law to go ahead and make these awards pursuant to federal law?
Yes. Yes.
Was that a question for Ms. Buck or for me?
Well, it can be for you, Mr. Perrick.
Okay.
I articulated to Ms. Buck, but let's go with you.
All right. Well, I noticed a pause there, so I always like to fill a gap. I would say that, from my understanding, and I haven't researched this because I'm just hearing the question, I don't believe that is the question whether the city's legally required to spend the funds? Was that the question?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know the answer to that question of whether there's a legal requirement to spend the funds or not. I'm seeing Mr. Moe stand up in the back. Perhaps he knows.
Yes, I can be happy to provide some more information on that. So, yes, we are required to, by federal law, to allocate this money if we wish to spend it. We need to allocate the money in the annual action plan in accordance with federal regulations in order to spend the money in our community.
Mr. Mayor, if I can join in here. Mr. Moe is in fact correct. The funds need to be spent in accordance with the adopted action plan. Given the circumstances that we are facing with the pandemic, it's very possible we could be coming back with a revised action plan to use some of this money for other urgent community needs that are allowed under CDBG law. So if the money is not being spent as allocated, we may in fact be coming to you to reallocate these funds to take care of current critical needs.
Well, I think my follow-up question to you, Mr. Norman, would be, would it make sense for the council to defer the award of these funds for now until later in this calendar year when we know what the full extent of the COVID-19 public health emergency is, and we might have a situation where we would want to reallocate these funds? In other words, could we defer this decision?
Mr. Moe, I think the question of that is we would still have to come back with an amended action plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Norman, that's correct. We actually have to submit this plan on how we're going to spend our money to the federal government by May 15th. So we always have the option to amend the plan, and we actually have that. That's one of our items later this evening. But right now, we need to continue to move forward and make allocations and submit them to HUD for review. And like I said, we can always amend the plan later for future community needs.
Recognize, council, that this money is not being given carte blanche to the organization. It is being expended on a reimbursement basis. So if the services are not given, then they are not being reimbursed.
Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Craven.
I'm looking on page 3, which is the program schedule, and it says that after we adopt this, then it has to go out for a 45-day review. And so I think in order to get it to HUD by May 15th, we need to go ahead and in order to have a 45-day review before we submit it, and that's required.
And I would agree with that. I was just wondering if we might be able to hold up, given the uncertainty and given the the financial circumstances that the city is under. I was just thinking aloud as to whether or not it would make sense to hold up disposition of these funds. But if I understand it correctly, we have to have a plan submitted to HUD, and that'll be under the next item. And in that plan has to be a proposed expenditure of funds plan, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Norman or Mr. Memo?
Yes, the plan is called our annual action plan, and we have to have all our program expenditures in that plan and submitted to HUD in accordance with our schedule.
So let me reframe it this way. If in the next 45 days during that 45-day review period it becomes clear to us that perhaps we ought to reallocate some of these funds, we would have the freedom to do so, correct?
Yes, we could. We can always reallocate the funds anytime we wish. We just have to go through the process to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments by council members? Hearing none, can we entertain a motion, please?
I'll move to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2021 CDBG preliminary funding allocations for inclusion in the FY 2021 CDBG action plan.
I'll withdraw.
All right. I've heard a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. That concludes that item 17A. Now we're going to go to item 17B, which is the fiscal year 2019/20 action plan amendment that I believe Mr. Mose just referenced. And I believe, Mr. Moe, this is your presentation.
Yeah, that's fine.
It looks like we're just getting it lined up.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. The action plan that we just kind of discussed is the annual action plan required by HUD in order to receive CDBG funding. It identifies the programs carried out by the city and specifies the funding amounts allocated for each of our programs. A total of $620,000, approximately $620,000 was committed to various programs for the current year. The action plan was adopted by the City Council in June of 2019 and amended in December of 2019 to reduce the city's owner-occupied housing rehabilitation program budget and increase the city's affordable housing program, property acquisition program. The December amendment provided the city with the necessary funds to purchase a low-income unit for the purposes of extending affordable housing covenants and preserving the unit from converting to market rate in the future. So now, for example, when we resell this unit, the sale proceeds that come back to the CDBG program will actually come back as program income, and we cannot spend the program income until we conduct an amendment to our annual action plan, kind of as we just discussed the previous item. And the process to conduct this CDBG annual action plan amendment takes approximately 2 months. So as I just kind of mentioned, we've already done one amendment to our annual action plan this current fiscal year in December, so that's 2 months. And now we're going to do another one, we're considering another one this evening, so that's 2 months. So basically we've been processing CDBG amendments for 4 months. And really what that equates to is additional staff time processing this amendment and money that's not being spent in our community right now that is needed. So the proposed second amendment would automatically take all the program income the city receives during the program year and will reprogram it immediately into the city's affordable housing property acquisition program. Now, just to remind the City Council, the CDBG Affordable Housing Property Acquisition Program is one of the funding sources for the city's Affordable Housing Preservation Program that was recently established by City Council Policy number 7.12. Staff believes this proposed amendment will significantly streamline the reprogramming of CDBG program income because it basically eliminates the need to amend the annual action plan each time we receive program income, basically saving us months and months of processing time and getting the money out on the street immediately. I would like to clarify, though, that even though the program income would be automatically placed in the city's Affordable Housing Property Acquisition Program, staff will continue to bring all property purchases to the City Council for consideration during the escrow process. So really it's just moving the money, but all the consideration, the authority will be given by the City Council still. So, and then lastly, just to provide some examples of some of the program income we receive in the city CDBG program are repayments of loans, rehabilitation loans, repayments of down payment assistance loans, and any property proceeds that we get from reselling the property through our through our Affordable Housing Preservation Program. So with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the submittal of the fiscal year 2019-20 annual action plan amendment to HUD for their review. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moe. Let's go ahead and take any questions from council members of Mr. Moe. Mrs. Craven, any questions?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Kildee.
I do not have any questions.
All right, Mr. Mulchay? None. Ms. Santangelo?
I don't have any questions.
All right, I have no questions either. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. We've opened the public hearing. Madam Clerk, my understanding is we've not received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
That's correct.
All right. With that then, for the record, I'll go ahead and close the hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Let's turn it back to the council for action. Any comments, Mrs. Craven?
No comments.
Mr. Kildee?
No comments.
Mr. Mulchay?
No comments.
All right, Ms. Santangelo?
No comments.
Okay, I think we have a pattern here. I have no comments as well. Maybe appropriate for someone to make a motion?
Your Honor, I'd like to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing submittal of FY 2019-20 Action Plan Amendment to HUD.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much, Jeffrey. At this point, we are going to go back to item 14B, which was our response to public health emergency COVID-19 coronavirus. Mr. Norman was, as you recall it, just prior to 7:30. We had finished up on the library contract amendments. I think, Mr. Norman, we were ready to go to a discussion on the impacts to the transit system.
That's correct. And so, next slide, please.
Oh, oops.
Actually, to Mr. Nesved's presentation on transit.
Okay. Yeah.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
Well, part of this discussion involves the trolley that two of us cannot participate in, but can this be done in such a way that the two of us can participate in all of the discussion except for the one on the trolley?
Yes, Councilmember Craven. The first 5 slides will be a discussion on all parts of the transit system except for the trolley. The final slide, slide 6, will be a discussion on the trolley.
Thank you.
And then you and Councilmember Kildee may recuse yourselves.
Thank you.
The slide number 5 is what discusses the trolley. So the
it's 5?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll begin. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you. We're here to discuss the transit impacts for COVID-19.
Mr. Nesta, we make sure you get as close as you can to the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you.
The transit services are essential for individuals to have access to grocery stores, pharmacies, and medical services while they shelter in place. Currently, other agencies in the county have implemented free fares and either reduced and or eliminated select transit services to best provide the essential services for senior and ADA passengers while maximizing social distancing. This is done on a case-by-case basis, depending on how their route schedules are performed. To maximize social distancing, they have either eliminated certain routes that have been deemed unessential, and or reduced the amount of time that the route runs due to such decreased ridership. So currently, CAT's precautions, we are limiting the number of passengers per vehicle to maximize social distancing. So for example, our dial-a-ride vehicles, we have some minivans in our fleet, and those are limited to 1 passenger at a time. All vehicles have been posted with information regarding COVID-19 and social distancing, and all vehicles undergo ongoing sanitization and daily deep cleanings. So we continue to keep our vehicles as clean and sanitized as possible. Specifically, the fixed route, which operates Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. This particular route runs from Leisure Village, Santa Rosa Plaza, Mission Oaks, the hospital area, Village Square, Central Plaza, Ponderosa Plaza, the post office, the community center, and Mira Vista Village. Staff does not recommend the suspension of fixed route services. The route connects the senior community to grocery stores, pharmacies, and essential services. The primary ridership is from the Leisure Village community and serves those individuals that most need the service. Fixed route service is the only way to guarantee same-day service. However, we could consider restricting service to only seniors 55 plus and ADA eligible riders, because currently fixed route ridership is available to the general purpose rides, for general purpose rides. Free fares was implemented by the city manager effective March 19th. And the estimated lost revenues for providing those free fares is estimated to be $800 per month. And that's based on 60% of the current ridership or current normal ridership. It's very difficult to predict that number, not knowing exactly how ridership will be affected by COVID-19. The past 2 weeks have been rainy or with unfavorable weather, which usually drops ridership pretty significantly anyway. So it's difficult to determine exactly what that number is, but it's the best ballpark we could give at this time. The other advantage to free fares is that it reduces contact between the drivers and the riders. It's one less contact point. They don't need to exchange bus passes or fares. And we want to consider also not just the safety of the public, but 62% of RATP's drivers are over 55 years old. For Dial-A-Ride, it operates Monday through Friday, 6 to 9, Saturday, 8 to 9, and Sunday, 8 to 6. Staff recommends the suspension of general purpose Dial-A-Ride We want to continue dial-a-ride service for seniors 55 plus and ADA riders. By discontinuing the general purpose dial-a-ride, it improves social distancing for the most vulnerable riders. The general purpose dial-a-ride ridership is already significantly reduced naturally through the shelter-in-place order. And general purpose dial-a-ride is a premium service that's not required to be provided. Currently, free fares per the city manager effective March 19th, 2020. The estimated lost revenue is $3,700 per month. Again, that's based on 60% ridership with the same difficulties in estimating as fixed route service. And again, it reduces the contact between the drivers and the riders. For the same reason, we want to protect not only the public, but the drivers as well. By eliminating or suspending general purpose dial-a-ride, we have a significant overall reduction in cost. However, we're unable to predict a number on what that reduction in cost of service would be. The demand has not been steady enough in the past 2 weeks to determine how much other than it would be significant. And that reduction in cost of service would be greater than the lost fare revenue for providing free fares. Yeah, so at this time, we'd like to pause and get direction on these two recommendations for fixed route service and dial-a-ride service.
All right. Let me start with on questions. Let me start with Mrs. Craven.
I do have some questions on this one. First, speaking about fixed route, if we were, do we know what percentage of our generally speaking, of our fixed route passengers are over 65 or under 65?
I don't have the statistic specific for all senior ridership, but I do know that almost exactly 50% of the total ridership is from Leisure Village. There could be more additional senior ridership that's not included in that, though.
Do we know what comes from Mira Vista? Because they're 100% seniors. And I said 65. I guess I meant 55.
We don't track Mira Vista's ridership specifically.
Okay.
We track.
Second question.
We track.
Go ahead.
Leisure Village's ridership specifically because they contribute funds to the service.
Right. If we suspend, and I guess they've already been, fares, does that mean Leisure Village will not be contributing for this period of time?
That has not been determined.
Okay, let me put it a different way. Maybe I need to ask the city manager, or maybe you. When the fares were suspended, did we put a delay on the contract with Leisure Village, or is it still in effect?
It's still in effect. We do a quarterly billing, so
thank you.
We can prorate that rate if that is deemed appropriate.
Well, I don't know that that's on the agenda tonight. I was just wondering what was included in the order. Now, moving on to the dial-a-ride, do we know, it gives us the percentage of the RATP drivers that are 55 and older, but do we know what percentage of the riders are 55 and older?
So we only
or how many are younger?
We only track ADA-specific rides, and the senior rides are only tracked they're optional to track senior ridership. So the current reported rate is around 25%, but that number could be slightly higher.
Those are my questions. Are we having comments later, Your Honor?
Yeah, let's do comments in just a few minutes, Mrs. Craven.
Okay.
Questions out of the way first. Thank you very much. Mr. Kildee, any questions?
One question, if in fact we do suspend the dial-a-ride service for general purpose, are there other options for those folks that would be affected by this?
As far as I am aware, they can still use private transportation. to get around. The option that has been presented, we could eliminate, or not eliminate, but suspend the general purpose ridership on the fixed route or not. So if we chose not to restrict that ridership, they would be able to use the fixed route as well. But the recommendation is in the nature of public health and safety to, reduce the amount of contact points for the senior and ADA demographics. We are the only city that currently provides general purpose dial-a-ride, so those options don't exist, in other cities in the county, and it would be more consistent with other cities.
Thank you.
Mr. Mulchay, any questions?
I have no questions, just a few comments afterwards.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Santangelo?
No questions.
Okay, I have a couple of questions if I can, Tyler. If we take action on these two matters, one with respect to a fixed route in terms of suspension of service or limited suspension of service, and then with dial-a-ride, a lot of our transit monies, as we know, come in through the Federal Transit Agency. These are all FTA funds, Federal Transit Agency funds, I think is what it stands for, maybe Federal Transportation. If we take these actions, are we jeopardizing those FTA, incoming FTA funds at all?
No, not at all.
All right, thank you. Members of the council, what I think we should do is just take these one at a time. Why don't we first talk about the fixed route service? Do we have guidance that we want to give to staff on this? Who would like to speak?
I'll speak.
Mrs. Craven.
I'm concerned, when I asked, do we know how many are seniors and how many aren't, the answer was 50% are from Leisure Village, and we don't know about the rest. I do understand the concern to protect the health of seniors. I am very concerned about people being able to get to work. There are a lot of people in restaurant businesses and other necessary businesses who I think need to use the bus to get to work. And I'm concerned that if we say you have to be 55 or older, that we're going to put even more people out of work. So that's my concern for this.
Okay. Other council members? Comments? Mr. Mulchay?
I'm fine with staff's recommendations. I would encourage that the fixed route still be open to general purpose in addition to Leisure Village. I'm fine with restricting the CAT to 55 plus and the ADA riders. I think that's safer, and in restricting general purpose for that, we still have the fixed route as a potential fallback for general purpose.
Okay, could hold that thought. We'll do dial-a-ride in a minute. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Kildee, I think I skipped over you. I apologize.
I think the fixed route provides a necessary, distribution of people to their jobs as well, and I would be reluctant to really not go forward with that. I think it's something that we need to have. I understand that there's public safety obviously is number one, but I would be concerned that it would impact those that don't have a car that need to get to work.
All right, thank you. Ms. Santangelo, comments?
Can I ask a question that's more, I'm confused at what we're doing, because I thought we were working through this list, and then we were going to go back and...
If I understand it, I think we're on slide 3 right now, which is on the fixed. We're on the question of fixed route service. We're just dealing with that, and then our next round here will be on dial-a-ride.
No, I realize that. I thought we were asking questions about everything on the list on D, on our agenda.
Oh, God.
Sorry. And then we were going to go back and discuss what we were going to do about each recommendation. So.
I see. Well, no, I thought for this one we would go ahead and as it came up, work through any transit system decisions, and then go on to the next item, go on to budget development, if that's what your question was.
So we're going to actually make a motion and decide right now.
On transit impacts, yes. I thought I'd just take each of these issues one by one. And right now we're on B9 on the transit system.
Okay, but we didn't do that on 1 through 8, so that's why I'm confused.
Well, we didn't, because I don't think there was. I don't recall that we had any specific decisions that we had to make on those. I could be wrong. Mr. Norman, can you help us out here?
Mr. Mayor, I was under the impression that any decisions on the slides previous to this one have been made by the council.
Well, I was under the same impression. I don't think we have any decisions on items 1 through 8 that are pending, Susan.
Okay.
Maybe I missed something, but I don't think so. So I was just trying to take it by item. So forgive me if I wasn't clear earlier.
No, that's all right. Maybe I missed it. Okay. Okay. I'm concerned about stopping the dial-a-ride for the same reason that has already been brought up for this. So, but we're not on that, are we? We're talking about.
No, we're on fixers. Sorry about that.
Sorry. No, I agree. I do not think we should be suspending it. So I agree with the staff recommendation.
All right. I agree. As far as fixed route service is concerned, I also agree with staff recommendation. Mr. Norman, do you need that in the form of a motion, or do you have sufficient guidance for right now?
I think I'd like that in the form of a motion, please.
All right. Could I hear, and we can always come back and revisit this, right?
Your Honor?
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
I will move to continue the, I was looking, it said dial-a-ride up on the screen.
Excuse me, can we move back to the slide on fixed routes so we're absolutely sure of what we're talking about and what will be voted on? Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of the fixed route system, I move that we continue the fixed route system and that we do not eliminate any age groups from the ridership.
All right. There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Mache.
Would Mrs. Craven be willing to amend her motion to include the elimination of fares and make fares free?
That was my suggestion as well.
Oh, you know what? I couldn't understand you. There was a gap in my hearing. Could you repeat that?
Would you amend your motion to include staff's recommendation of free fares?
Sure. I will amend my motion to discontinue fares for the duration of this emergency, declared emergency.
I have a question. I thought the city manager had already done that effective March 19th. Am I reading that?
I thought so too.
I guess we're just implementing it.
Yes, I just need council's confirmation of that previous decision.
Got it.
All right. So I think Mrs. Craven, if I'm hearing this right, I think Mrs. Craven, you amended your motion. Mr. Kildee, do you go along with that amendment as the second?
Yes, I do.
All right. I think we've got a motion and a second on this fixed route issue. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. If we could flip the slide now to the next slide, we'll do dial-a-ride now. I think everybody asked whatever questions they had on dial-a-ride. Does anybody want to speak to this item? I don't need to call folks in order.
I'd like to speak on this, if I may. if we're actually looking at the estimated lost revenue of $3,700 a month, and we don't know how long this is going to go on, but let's say if it's 3 months, that's actually a little over, it's about what, between $11,000 and $12,000 that we're looking at savings here, which isn't, a grand sum of a whole lot of money. That's a lot of money, but it's not in the grand sum total of a lot of money. So I think we need to talk about that. We also need to talk about, the social distancing and the impacts to our drivers who typically are of senior population, which in this particular case is 55 and older. So I think we have two issues here. We've got the money part of this, but we also have the public safety of our drivers. So I think we need to have a little bit of a conversation about the amount of money particularly that could we save. Is it going to be useful with our senior drivers as far as their health and welfare?
Mr. Kildee, may I make a suggestion? Could you maybe frame those as questions for Mr. Norman and Mr. Nested to address?
Yeah, Mr. Norman, we look at the 55 and older, and I don't know if you can quite answer this, but the general over impact of that, and then also with the amount of savings, which is not a tremendous amount of money vis-a-vis how many riders that we get, would it be worthwhile to do this?
Mr. Nested, could you please respond?
Yes. The $3,700 that's listed, that's a lost revenue for the free fares. The estimated reduction in cost is due to the nature of Dial-A-Ride. It's a demand response service. So when we have less ridership and less revenue hours, we pay less. So that savings would be significant. However, we're unable to predict just how significant that savings will be because we don't have enough data during standard weather to determine just how much of a percentage of our regular ridership will be riding during this time. If we do eliminate the general purpose Dial-A-Ride portion of this, that ridership is already significantly down by itself, but again, we're unable to determine how much of that percentage is based on COVID-19 versus rain. So just to clarify, the $3,700 is actually a cost that we're not collecting the revenue in fares, and the savings we can't calculate at this time, but we know that the amount we would save would be far greater than the lost fare revenue.
And the general purpose would not affect the senior population 55 and older?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And actually, I have a question too, Tyler. It would also not impact, if we were to follow your recommendation, staff's recommendation, it would not affect, for example, a young disabled adult who is 35 years old and a rider under the ADA, correct?
Correct. The ADA ridership is regardless of age.
All right.
I have another.
Go ahead, Mrs. Craven.
Yes. I see Dial-A-Ride buses out before 6 o'clock, and I know that they start at 6 o'clock, but that's the time they pick up their first fare. And so when I see them going down Daly or Lewis or Temple or wherever I'm going down at that hour of the morning, a little bit before 6 o'clock, are those picking up seniors to go to appointments, or are those picking up people to get them to the Metrolink station or to work?
That could be a little bit of all of the above. And the service starts at 6, and with the 10-minute window, we usually pick the first rides up at 5:50.
Okay, so you pick them up at 5:50, but we don't know if they're going to a medical center at that time, or if they're going to the Metrolink station or on to work?
We could certainly do an analysis of that, but it's, I'm confident that you would find a combination of all of those.
Okay, I guess I'm still concerned about people trying to get to work.
All right. Are there
I have
other comments? Ms. Santangelo?
just go with me for a second here. I'm trying to really look at, back up and look at this and think about the fact that we've been telling residents 65 and older, even before the governor's order, that they should be at home. Most of the people that, and I don't have any data for this, so someone jump in if they know differently. It seems to me that most of the people that I'm worried about still getting to work are younger. And I'm trying to think, okay, so if I were a senior and I was supposed to be home and I really wasn't supposed to leave my house, what would I be leaving for? Groceries, medical appointments, and most medical appointments that are elective have been canceled. Most doctor's offices are not seeing people unless they are, routine doctor appointments are not seeing their patients. Elective things or procedures are canceled. So I'm trying to look at this by who needs rides, and it's probably a group of younger people that need to get to work. I don't know if that's a fair representation of our community. It just seems to me that that's the way it would be. Does anybody else have a feeling on that? Without the numbers, without being able to say this is how many seniors, and it seems to me that if ridership was down last week because of the rain, then they're not going to work.
So far,
one comment that I have anecdotally is with Metrolink. I know, Charlotte, you mentioned Metrolink earlier. I know that Metrolink's ridership as of March 20 was down 81% compared to 1 year ago. So I'm not, for purposes of this item, I'm not too concerned relative to Metrolink. So the train station side, I'm not too concerned. So that's the only information I can offer you as to Metrolink and the train station. There's an extraordinary decrease in ridership right now.
In regards to our general purpose ridership for Dial-A-Ride, we did run the numbers for the past 3 weeks. We just know that that data is not truly representative due to rain, because we do see in unfavorable weather the ridership drop, but the statistic was that general purpose Dial-A-Ride was down 55%.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please go ahead.
If you don't mind me chiming in, some of my thoughts on this. In this situation, I'd rather err on the side of caution and concern, particularly when it comes to seniors and the disabled, particularly seniors and those with compromised immune systems, because they are the most susceptible in terms of in regards to the virus. So in reducing, following staff's recommendation, in reducing at least the general purpose part of Dial-A-Ride, we're simply reducing service to effectively match that every other community already offers as a standard.
Right.
I understand it's different. It would be different than what we currently offer, but we're effectively no different than any other community. Taking into consideration the majority of the drivers are of senior age, so they themselves are likely susceptible. This would by just restricting it this time being to seniors, to ADA, we can provide a more safe and reliable mode of transportation for them. Although I understand we've asked that they stay at home, they've been asked to stay at home. A lot of them simply don't have that luxury, whether it's to go to certain doctor's appointments, whether it is to go out and get groceries, because they just don't have the means at which to have someone go out and do that for them. I want to make sure that we give them the opportunity to go out there and not put themselves at any more risk than they otherwise need to. I don't know if RapDev is able to sanitize the vans in between services or whatnot, or if that might be asking too much. If we were to offer this to general purpose, I'm inclined to follow staff's recommendation on it. Put the money aside, and it is from a cost perspective, it is favorable to us. But I'm more focused on just simply the health and welfare aspect of it.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Santangelo.
I don't see how not providing the general purpose service helps with the health concerns. I'm concerned about the drivers. So I don't see how it helps the health issues. I am concerned about the people that are younger than 55 that rely on Dial-A-Ride to get to work and can't get to work. I know we have the fixed route that, that doesn't mean it goes where they need it to go. And I know that other neighboring cities don't have that, but we do, and they count on that. So that's my concern.
Yeah, go ahead. My response to that would simply be by limiting the variables, and by variables I mean the variables of different riders. You then reduce the likelihood of someone being exposed to greater risk. So the seniors in the ADA who do ride them, if we are offering as a general purpose to everyone, whether that is a rider who is well, a rider who is sick, and as we know that this is, COVID-19 is easily transmissible via surfaces and whatnot, that's my greater concern. That's where my mind's going.
You've lessened the quantity of people, but you've lessened the quantity to the most the riskiest group. So I don't know if it makes it healthier.
If I may, I have another question for Tyler or for Mr. Norman. If the council were to go with the staff recommendation, how much notice would be provided that we're suspending general purpose DAR service?
Mr. Nesbitt?
Yes, we are recommending to make that effective Friday, but that is, we could easily make it Monday if that was the council's decision.
I support staff's recommendation on this, but my concern would be that is having some noticing on this, and what I would support is if this were to go into effect Monday, which would give people who no longer would have the ability to utilize the DAR service some additional time over the weekend to locate transportation. And I would also offer, I think this is something we can come back and look at, of course, any time. I think Mr. Mulchey's arguments I agree with. I've often felt, too, that since the general purpose DAR is a premium service that is not required, and we have none of our FTA monies are at risk if we don't do it. And Mr. Norman and Mr. Ness said, you can correct me if I've made an incorrect assumption there. I think this is cost savings that we ought to be able to effectuate, and I think Sean's arguments relative to health sway me. So I would be supportive of suspending general purpose DAR service pursuant to staff's recommendation and having it go into effect next Monday.
I have one more comment.
Yes, Susan.
Imagine that this is how you've been getting to work for the last year. And amidst all of this, you're one of the lucky ones that still gets to go to work. And now by Monday, you've got to figure out a different way to get to work. And can't ask your friend for a ride because they're not supposed to leave their house. I mean, I just think this is a really bad time to be suddenly cutting off people from the only way that they need to be able to get to work.
Are there other comments? Did I hear Mr. Kildee?
Yes. This is a tough call, and I think all of us realize this. It's always difficult to cut back on a service that is already in place. It's a lot easier to implement a new service. Once somebody's used to having a service, it's very difficult to not have that service. I think we're all very, compassionate. We understand what that's all about. I have a lot of compassion for workers that are trying to get to their work during this, very, very challenging time that we've got. However, there is another alternative. It may not be an outstanding alternative, but, there is another alternative for them to use, and that is the fixed route. My thought is that if we do this, we could get more data about the 55 and under that are, using the system. We could definitely get some more data on that. I think safety of the drivers is extremely important at this time. Again, it's a tough call for all of us, but I think staff has thought long and hard about this, and we will be in compliance. We're the last city that does this. I'm very compassionate for those individuals that have been using it to get to work. There will be an impact. There's no question. If we're going to do this, my thinking is that we wait until Monday and we give them as much information as we can about the air alternatives that are out there. So those are my comments.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes. First of all, if we're going to implement this, I certainly agree that it should be done on Monday to give people more time to try to find a way to get to work other than the day after tomorrow. But the point I was going to make is that to say that we are the only city that offers this service to our residents, the dial ride, when other cities don't, is really not giving the whole picture. Other cities have a much broader fixed route system. Our fixed route system is one bus that goes on two streets from one end of town to the other, and it has very few stops because we want to keep it on a 1 hour route. And that is not nearly the same as what the other cities have. So I think that's a real consideration to keep in mind, that people can't, a lot of people, depending on where they live, can't just bop over to the fixed route system. It's a long ways.
Can I ask one other question of Tyler, please?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
Tyler, do you have any numbers about how much money that we're talking about here? I know you had said that it's money, but I didn't hear a specific figure. I know you're talking about the lost revenue, but actually the cost of this service.
At this time, we're unable to calculate that because we don't have enough data.
So our dilemma here then with that is that we have a general estimate of the lost revenue, but we don't know what the cost is to provide the service. So
we know that the cost savings of the reduced service would be far greater than the lost revenue.
Far greater in hundreds, thousands of dollars. Can you define specific, as much as you can, what far greater would mean?
$25,000 plus or minus $20,000 a month.
A month.
Tyler, let me ask another question. Let's go back to how much ridership has decreased from general purpose dial-a-ride. Can you give us an indication of what that looks like again?
Yes, so the general purpose dial-a-ride has already decreased 55% from last week to the week.
I'm sorry, is that 55 or 65?
55.
Okay, thank you.
All right. It seems to me too that from a financial standpoint, this is just the first of a whole lot of decisions we're going to be faced with during the budget development process in this next fiscal year and maybe a couple of fiscal years because of the financial pressure we're going to be under because of COVID-19. But be that as it may, do I hear a motion on this?
I'll make a motion. I will move staff's recommendation to suspend general purpose dial-a-ride service, but to continue offering it to seniors 55 and plus and ADA riders, and suspend all fares and through the duration of our declared emergency.
I'll second the motion.
All right. May I ask, Mr. Mulchay, on your motion, do you intend that suspension of general purpose DAR service, when would that go into effect?
I'm sorry, to go into effect this coming Monday, and that staff make ample, or I should say, make efforts to reach out to those who would otherwise be affected.
All right. And Mr. Kildee, do you agree to that modification in your second?
Yes, I do.
All right. I think we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
No.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
No.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries 3-2 with Councilmember Craven and Vice Mayor Santangelo dissenting.
All right. And that was a difficult decision. I think we're on next to budget development, and
I thought it was trolley.
No, we have to discuss the trolley with the...
Oh, we have to do trolley. Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I have a conflict of interest because somebody decided to put a bus stop within 500 feet of one of my properties, and so I will have to leave this discussion.
All right.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I will have to lead this discussion as well. I rent a storefront within 500 feet of a trolley stop as well.
All right. So we're down to Ms. Santangelo, Mr. Mulchay, and myself. We'll excuse you both, and we'll go to the trolley portion of the presentation.
So with regard to the trolley, staff recommends suspension of the trolley route effective March 27th. The route design is intended for retail shopping and not intended for essential services. It has low senior and ADA ridership. It does connect the fixed route and Metrolink routes together. However, there are no known regular users for this purpose. By waiting until March 27th, it provides us one day to post suspension notices on the vehicles and at the stop locations. The estimated reduction in cost of service is $19,000 per month, and because this is a fixed route service, it's quite the opposite of the dial-a-ride services. It's a very fixed cost, so we know that it's going to be $19,000 plus or minus $500 per month. And the intent of suspending the trolley route is really to protect the drivers in the same regard as the public. for reducing the number of contact points with individuals that may be sick. And that
Does that complete your presentation?
that completes the trolleys portion. We'll go to the end here, which would just be suspension of the service. So that completes the trolley routes discussion, and we'll go back to that slide now.
All right, and let me throw it open to questions. Let's start with Mr. Mulchay. Questions?
Yeah, Tyler, I think I got two questions. One is, question, do you guys have any ridership data over the last 2 weeks? I know I've run into the trolley at least 4 times over the last week, and I haven't seen a single soul aboard that.
I have shared the same experience, but we have not collected the data for the past 2 weeks. Well, we have collected it, but we haven't received it from RATP.
Okay, and as part of this, if we choose to suspend service, I know that there's designated stops throughout Camarillo, and those stops are what did I write down here? They have a sign affixed to them that this is a designated trolley stop. Would you guys be able to put some sort of sign or amend those signs or throw a sticker up there allowing people, making sure they know that the trolley service would be suspended?
Correct. That's what we would do tomorrow.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Susan?
I don't have a question.
Okay.
No comment.
Okay. All right. Let's throw it back to us for discussion. What should we do here? Sean?
Yeah, I'm using my own anecdotal experience in that most people have probably ceased to use the trolley. The trolley is being used primarily as a means by which to get shoppers around, and knowing that most storefronts outside of grocery stores are effectively shuttered because they're considered to be non-essential. I think that for $19,000, it's $19,000 is not getting much use out of by the vast majority of people, at least the people it's intended to serve. So I'd be in favor of suspending the service following Beth's recommendation.
Madam Vice Mayor?
I was going to make a motion.
Please.
I would move that we suspend trolley service effective March 27, 2020.
And I will second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. That, I think, completes item 9. It's now 9:30, and I'm thinking that we should take a short 5-minute break. It's approximately 9:34, so how about we reconvene at 9:40? Does that sound all right to everyone? All right. We're in recess until 9:40.
Thank you.
Darth Vader. So are we going to start with Dave's? It's just part of the same slide, though.
Says that the host has stopped my video, so I can't restart it.
Okay.
We have one count. There we go. All right. I think we have everyone present. We will go ahead now and reconvene. We are still on, for the record, we are still on item 14B. We're now moving to sub-item number 10 in 14B, and that's entitled Budget Development. Mr. Norman?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This next slide will be presented by Assistant City Manager Tully Clifford.
Thank you very much. I just want to touch briefly on the development of the budget. Typically, the City of Camarillo undertakes a 2-year budget. So at this point, we're actually preparing per normal. However, what we're suggesting at this junction in time, given the significant changes due to the public health emergency, is that we look at perhaps just preparing a 1-year budget. This is different than our typical process and our policy, and so we would need direction from council to do that. But that would then give us the opportunity to look at the changes that happen over the course of the year and then make any more significant changes in the second year of the budget cycle, which could then be done as another standalone budget. And so that's something we would like City Council to consider. And one of the things that we're taking a look at in particular is we're going to have fairly severe revenue impacts in several areas, which may include in the sales tax, transient occupancy tax, land development permits and fees, business taxes, reduction in special event permit revenues, a reduction in investment interest, a reduction in transit fares, reduction in gas tax, potential utility defaults in the water, sanitary, and solid waste areas, and potentially much more. And so we're going to have to take a look at that. And so once we have a base budget prepared, we're going to have to start taking a look at how those revenue impacts may actually impact the level of service that the city is able to offer. And City Council then will, as we begin to look at the budget, may have to look at how we balance our revenues and our expenditures by reducing service levels, prioritizing programs, looking at our contracts for service and the levels of service we offer there, undertaking a critical analysis of our capital program, possibly utilizing reserves, and doing much more. And one thing that we have to take a look at is several of our funding sources. If we pull one string or change one, we impact the other. For example, any changes we make relative to the gas tax may also impact the general fund. So we'll have to take a serious look at that. So really what we're looking at tonight is if the council would like us to move forward preparing a 1-year budget with a series of, in reality, proposed reductions, or how you would like us to approach that.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, in the time I've been on the City Council, we've had a 1-year budget longer than we had a 2-year budget. I have absolutely no problem going back to a 1-year budget, especially when you consider all of the things that Mr. Clifford has mentioned.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee.
Yes, I agree. Many years we did one-year budgets, and in lieu of the situation that we find ourselves in, I think it'd be very prudent for us to go back to a one-year budget at this time.
Mr. Mulchay or Ms. Santangelo, do you have any questions for Mr. Clifford? I know I have one, but I'll wait.
Mr. Clifford, so that I understand, the general idea of a one-year budget is because there are so many variables, and we don't necessarily know 2 years out exactly how this is all going to shake out. It's more important to focus just on the 1 year. Do I have the gist of the reasoning correct?
That's part of the reason. And the other reason is that when we do a 2-year budget, there's a considerable effort in the second year doing a reconciliation. And given the changes that are happening, if we can get rid of that effort, we can really focus on what we need to do in the first year. And then as that year is progressing, we can then put in the effort looking at mid-year and second year.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I have a question.
Ms. Santangelo?
Mr. Clifford, do you think, I've noticed the note here about not adopting a budget for July 1. Do you think that there is a benefit to putting that off because we are in such a state of flux right now? And
That is certainly another option. Other cities in this area are actually looking at doing something similar to a continuing resolution and may not be approving their budgets until December.
All right. I'm sorry, Ms. Santangelo, did you have another question?
No.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Actually, that's what I was going to direct my questions to Mr. Clifford on. Tully, what would the benefit be of having a continuing appropriation resolution and then adopting a budget in December? I'm intrigued by the idea, but what I don't like about it is I think it results in us having to put off some very, very hard decisions we're going to need to make. And I'm thinking we're going to need to make those by June in order to adopt a one-year budget, based on at least some set of projections that we'll have by then. So can you give us kind of the pros and cons of doing the continuing appropriation resolution? And I will freely admit I don't think I'm in favor of that, but I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I think, quite frankly, what that does, it gives us the opportunity to see where the public health emergency actually goes, and if it comes to something, I'll use the term a resolution, if it comes to a closure, gives us more certainty within our revenues rather than adopting a budget and then having to do some changes. But I think at this stage, we don't know what those revenue changes are going to be, and we don't know when the public health emergency is going to end. And so I don't think there's truly a benefit to doing a continuing appropriations resolution rather than adopting a budget.
Let me jump in here. I prepared this slide, and since Tully is taking the lead on the budget this year, I wanted him to present it. But in all fairness to him, the reason I put this information in here is because this is how disruptive. This is just an example of just how disruptive this year's budget season is going to be for many cities. I do not recommend that we go the route of waiting to do a hard budget in December with continuing appropriations. I've had to do a continuing appropriation maybe once in my career, and that was because we really had an upside down budget in one city, and we only went 1 month. We only went into we took the month of July to come up with a better strategy to write the budget. But in our current situation, I really think it is of value for us to do some real hard thinking about the budget. And even if we have to, with whatever limited information we have now about revenue losses, making some educated guesses and starting to right-size the budget, starting for July. And so I guess what can be said about that is that if you get it wrong, well, you can always go back and fix it, and I imagine that's going to happen. There's a lot this next fiscal year because it's not like the pandemic's going to be over and then revenues will suddenly appear again. The effects of this kind of economic disruption are going to ripple for years, and it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort to just, it's like when you move a bowl of water. You get a big slosh the first time, and it's awful. But then it takes some time before the water settles down again, and that's what's going to happen here with the city's budget for quite some time.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Norman. I was actually kind of thinking about Sisyphus. I feel like we're just kind of pushing that boulder uphill. What I don't like about a continuing appropriation resolution is, my own personal opinion is, I think we would be more inclined to kick some cans down the road, and I don't think we should do that. Having expressed that opinion, what do other council members feel? I feel like we're going to need to come to a decision here. And Susan, by the way, I apologize. I remember thinking earlier, I think we've tried to go one by one here on these items under item B, and I know we did make a decision on public comments, so we're just trying to take these one issue at a time. So apologies for my earlier comments. Do I have anybody who wants to make a motion?
I will make a motion to have a one-year budget be developed for the upcoming 2021 year.
Second.
All right. I hear a motion and a second. Any further comment?
I have a comment.
Oh, Mr. Kildee.
Now, we really obviously I'm not in favor of, the appropriations. I don't think we're there yet. I think it's important too, although we're not going to count that, but, Congress did pass a $2 trillion appropriation. Now, my understanding that there is some monies there for cities, counties, and states. Now, I'm not going to rely on that, but I think if we do a one-year budget here, within 2 to 3 months, we'll be able to get a firmer grip on data about how much that this is. We all know it's going to impact tremendously, but we'll have some more data, and I think that this will buy us some time to collect more data, which is what we need to do.
Well, if I could just respond to that, Mr. Kildee, I understand, appreciate that. I don't think we're going to have, I think the one-year budget is the way to go here. I don't support keeping a two-year budget. I think we're going to find out how bad we are going to be rocked financially in the second and third calendar quarters of this year, and I don't think we're going to fully appreciate it until maybe after December 31. After midway through our next budget year, we'll really begin to appreciate how difficult these numbers are going to be. But I think utilizing a one-year budget is the most appropriate way to go. And I realize, though, now we have a motion on the floor, so I don't want to keep speaking with it. So let's call for the question. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll on the motion?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Molche.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
I'd just like to say one thing, that due to completely different circumstances at one time, the city did have to cut its budget in half one year, between 1 year and the next year. And our staff and our residents responded tremendously. They understood the reason for the cuts, and I think that we will have to make cuts. I think our staff will respond very well, and I think that our residents will understand.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven, for those remarks. All right, let's go to item B11, which is city communications to the public at date. I believe that's the next one up. Mr. Norman?
Yes, that'll be presented by Michelle Deanna. Community Relations Officer.
1 second here. Which one is it? No. It's this one.
That one, thank you.
Okay. There's so many of them.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. As this COVID-19 health emergency evolves, one of our top priorities is to keep the communication lines open to make sure that our community is informed and updated. We are all in this together, and it is more important than ever that we stay informed, that we help each other, and that we remain kind to one another throughout this rapidly evolving health emergency.
Michelle, could I ask that you get just a little bit closer to the mic? It's a little difficult to hear you. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Is this better?
That's a little better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to share with you our city's communication efforts thus far during this emergency, and it's very important to me that you all know that our city communications have been a true group effort. I may be the one presenting this information to you right now, but all of this is the result of amazing teamwork by city staff, and we continue to work together to share this information with our community. VCEmergency.com is still the single point of information and the best local resource for up-to-date information from Ventura County Public Health. Ventura County is continually updating their information, and they have these categories right now. Frequently asked questions about the Stay Well at Home order, families, news for seniors, homeless housing information, resources for coping with stress, information for medical providers, for businesses, and the newsroom has all of the up-to-date news releases that are issued by Ventura County. This is the main source of information for Ventura County, and we have been encouraging our community to use this resource for all official COVID-19 news. We do not want to duplicate the county's efforts, but we do have some information that is specific to the city of Camarillo, and we are sharing that on our Hot Topics webpage. The city's website is cityofcamarillo.org. The city's COVID-19 webpage can be found immediately under the Top Pages tab, or click on the Hot Topics button in the top right-hand corner and then navigate to the COVID-19 webpage. And this is the information that we're sharing on that page. We're sharing VCEmergency.com as the main county resource. We're sharing the county public health updates, news releases, and then items specific to Camarillo, such as our city's news releases, facility closures and cancellations, frequently asked question sheet that is continuously updated and specific to Camarillo. We have signage on social distancing, employee and employer assistance. We have information on businesses and restaurants that remain open for business during the emergency. We have senior grocery delivery service opportunities. And this is where we are sharing all of our information. So besides in addition to the website, to our COVID-19 Hot Topics webpage, we're also pushing this information out on Facebook, the City of Camarillo Government's page, the government channel, which is Spectrum Channel 10, Frontier Channel 29. We have messages on our city marquee sign at Constitution Park, and we have messages going out through Nextdoor via the Camarillo Police Department. We are leveraging all of our community partnerships right now to help us share this information. So as I mentioned, the Camarillo Police Department has been actively sharing our information on their Nextdoor page. The Camarillo Healthcare District is sharing information via their email blasts. We have the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District sharing information on their Facebook page. They're also sending out information to their distribution list, specifically targeting seniors when we have that information. We also have the Camarillo Council on Aging. They have been doing research on grocery store hours and delivery service options so that we can update our webpage. We also have the community sharing our Facebook posts and getting the information out to everyone who needs it. So this truly is a citywide effort. In regards to social distancing, as you know, we've been practicing social distancing at City Hall. We are sharing our signage with the community. We have the We Are Practicing Social Distancing sign on our webpage. We are asking the community to download, print, post our signage, or create their own signage, but to help us share this important message with the community to make sure that everyone is practicing social distancing right now. We also created signage for our trails. These have been posted at the entrances to F Canyon. They've also been posted at Callegas Creek. We have been actively communicating with businesses during this time. On our website, we have an employer and employee resource page, which is continuously updated. It's had over 1,000 views since it was created on March 13th. We have created a COVID-19 hotline for employers and employees. We've launched a sign-up form for open essential businesses. We had 108 views of the registration list and 28 respondents in 24 hours. And we are continually building our list of open essential businesses. We just launched that yesterday, and we've had 150 views. We also sent an email newsletter out to over 6,000 businesses, and we've had 2,500 of them open. So the information is getting out to businesses, and we're continuing to update that information on the webpage. We've received several inquiries about how seniors and our vulnerable population can have groceries and household items delivered to them. These are two resources that we've confirmed as of today. They're currently offering this service right now. Action can be reached at 805-987-0300. VC AAA can be reached at 805-477-7300. We've shared this information on all of our messaging channels and with all of our community partners, and we're hoping to get this word out to everyone who needs it. And in times of crisis like this, people always know how they want to, or how they can help. They want to know how they can help. So on the vcemergency.com website, there's a donate page where you can look to see what is currently in need. And right now, our County of Ventura is saying that the highest priority is donations of personal protective equipment for local hospitals, first responders, and medical facilities. Drop-off locations have been established at the Ventura County Community Foundation and at both of Assemblymember Jackie Irwin's offices, the one in Camarillo and the one in Oxnard. The drop-off time is 9 to 4:30 p.m., which is when the businesses are open throughout the week. So this information is on vcemergency.com's website and will continue to be updated as well. Again, we are all in this together, and we are asking you and everyone in our community to help share these important resources with their families, friends, and neighbors. To the community, this is my contact information. If you have suggestions for how we can better communicate this information or have leads on Camarillo-specific information that we should add to our frequently asked questions list, please send them my way. We are continually updating this webpage just to make sure that we're providing the most up-to-date information that we can to our community. And to the council, thank you very much for sharing this information, for continuing to share the city's messages on Facebook. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Ms. Deanna, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for working so very, very hard on all of these issues over the last few weeks. It's pretty much been nonstop, I suspect, for you and for Mr. Norman and for the rest of the city staff. Let's see if we have any questions for Michelle. Mrs. Craven, any questions?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I have a question. Is there any other medium that you can think of that we could get this information out that we're not using at this point?
There's nothing else I can think of. I mean, we're using all of our channels, our website, Facebook, the marquee sign, the government channel, email blasts that we can send out, and then just really leveraging all of our community partnerships and having them send the information out to their networks. That's where we are. If you have any suggestions, we're open to those as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mulchay?
Michelle, the Camarillo Healthcare District, do we have channels open with them?
Yes, we do.
All right, and we're able to leverage them as well to get out the message and to communicate, particularly to seniors?
We definitely are. I know that in the past few days, they've sent information out about how to access our frequently asked questions list, about our Hot Topics webpage, and then just this morning when we confirmed the information about the senior grocery delivery service, we sent it to them and they are sending that out through their channels as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Ms. Santangelo?
No questions.
All right. Michelle, thank you again for all of your extraordinary work. You really are doing a heck of a job in very, very difficult circumstances. So we really appreciate it very, very much.
Your Honor?
Mr. Kildee.
Before she goes, and Michelle, I don't know if this is a question for you or not, but it's a technical question. And with all of the increased activity over the web, is there any information that you've heard about overcapacity or potential system malfunction? I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, but I thought since you're here, I'd ask you if you've heard any issues that can or have happened in the past or potentially could impact our ability to get information out to the public.
You know, there's a lot of information out there. As you know, this is a rapidly evolving situation, and we're relying on the information on vcemergency.com for the official health department information, and pushing that out and just getting more specific information to our community.
Okay. I'm just concerned about all the extra traffic on the internet and whether or not the capacity is there. I know that's not a question that you can answer. It's just a comment that I have.
Councilmember Kildee, you have a very valid question. There are times when I've been involved in video conferences with the city managers around the county, and it's been glitchy. You know, every service has its limitations. You know, this service that we're using here, Zoom, it was, you know, people really weren't paying much attention to the company in 2019 until now. And now they're very popular, and, you know, people are asking whether or not they have the capacity to continue. I know, for example, for Zoom, you know, they have telephone lines and trunk lines all over the country to help distribute the traffic that's going through. The question is can everyone working from home or, you know, not, you know, working through their, you know, their residential lines handle this kind of traffic versus their business lines, which are T1s and those type of things? Those are big questions. And so far, you know, the internet hasn't broken yet, but, you know, time will tell.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think this concludes this item on the agenda under B11. Thank you again, Michelle. I know we have number 12 as other urgent issues, but Mr. Norman, did you have a separate matter that you wanted to address relative to how the city itself and city staff are coping with this?
So the city clerk received an email from a concerned citizen that you have, and Jeffrey, this came in as a public comment.
There were several emails that I distributed.
Okay, I'm talking about the one from Mr. Briganti.
Regarding?
This is regarding the, you know, who is a essential worker, and what are we doing to move staff members off site and those type of things.
Yes, that is a written comment.
Okay, so we do have a written comment from Mr. Briganti, Joe Briganti, and he asked several questions, and this is in reply to your question, Mr. Mayor, about how we are dealing with City Hall and city operations. And so his question is, dear council, all agencies, to my understanding, within the Tri-Counties have or are looking out for the safety of their employees by providing the option to telework. What is Camarillo doing with this option? So I'm going to send that question to Ms. Nichols, who's been dealing diligently on human resources issues. Also, conversation will involve the city attorney so that you can have a better understanding about how cities determine essential worker status and what that means by the law, because I think there's a misconception in the public about what is an essential worker and what is not. And I want Mr. Pierrick to clear that up. So, Ms. Nichols, if you're available, if you could speak to that item.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Okay, so in response to the community comment and what we've been doing here at City Hall in reference to essential workers, there was a memorandum that came out March 23rd, and this was a memorandum from Dave Norman to all employees. And in that memorandum, it discusses what the city of Camarillo determines to be essential workers and why, in response to the executive order by Governor Newsom, and also in response and in review of the Ventura County Public Health Officer. I think the council has received a copy of that memorandum. In that memorandum, then, it does account for all city employees to be essential workers, and also the council knows that City of Camarillo employees are also considered disaster service workers, and I think Mr. Pierrick will explain that a little further. So all employees, with the exception of part-time employees, temporary employees, and interns, they typically, those classified employees normally have a temporary assignment or a part-time assignment. So in the memorandum, it states that the exception to all employees being essential workers are part-time, temporary, and interns. The memorandum further discusses contracts, and Mr. Pierrick can get into that. But what has the City of Camarillo done so far? The comment that we received from the community member is absolutely correct, that all cities are discussing and continue to discuss, with the rapid changes that seem to be almost every day, to discuss what are we doing about our staff. So the City of Camarillo thus far, we have 9 employees that have been identified, and we're circulating this week for telecommuting. You may wonder, why just this week? Well, once we've identified the employees, we've also have had to put the resources aside and determine what resource needs the employee may need at home, and also what connections are needed for them to be able to telecommute. With a small staff, that is a process that has to be undertaken. 3 employees or 3 positions have been identified for relocation for social distancing. So allowing employees to telecommute and working from home has provided some space for others to relocate and have some distance between staff. And then there have been some shifts in one of the divisions, so shifting schedules so that whatever necessary needs they have, or however they start their workday, if we shift those schedules, then it provides some social distancing there as well. Again, all of this started and will be completed by this week, and we continue to evaluate to determine what other staff could then productively and efficiently can work from home. So that's just the first wave. We continue to work on that. We will be looking at a second round of telecommuters, or the possibility of reassigning staff. Maybe they do other duties so that we can provide that distance for them. And then at some point, we also need to consider if telecommuting or changing certain duties, reassigning employees, if that's not possible, then we will be looking at whether we need to release employees from their current positions or the current tasks at this time. So we're trying to find ways that we can keep people working, but as time goes on and changes are made and the demands are made, we will see where we go. Again, it's rapidly changing, so it can change from day to day. Let me see what else I have for you.
Ms. Nichols, at this point, I think I want to bring the city attorney back up and have him discuss the legal basis for determining who's an essential worker and how that determination is made.
Okay. Certainly. So I would make reference to the what's called the Stay Well at Home order. That was issued by the Ventura County Health Officer on the date of the order is March 20th, 2020. As you can see how rapidly all this is developing. That was just 5 days ago. That order was issued pursuant to the authority that the health officer has under the Health and Safety Code, and there's a number of sections here. I won't read them all, but I've reviewed those sections, and I'm in agreement that the health officer has the authority to issue this order in his judgment based on what is necessary to protect public health. There's a couple of sections that I want to reference that are in this order that are relevant to the current discussion. The first one is found in Section 3, and what Section 3 says is for exemptions to the order to stay in place at your residence, the so-called shelter order. And I'll just read the sentence, it's not that long. Except for persons governed by Section 1 of the order, persons may leave their place of residence only for, and these are capitalized terms, essential activities and essential governmental functions or services, or to operate or work at an essential business. So that's what Section 3 says. And then it refers to the definition of those terms, and that's found in Section 7. Section 7D, like David, of the order, talks about, well, the heading of it is essential governmental functions or services. And in that section, it goes into the authority that the city has to make a determination with respect to what are essential services and who is necessary to perform those essential services. So what 7D says is referencing essential governmental services or functions, and it says that those are those performed by first responders, emergency management personnel, emergency dispatchers, court personnel, and law enforcement personnel, and others who need to perform essential functions or services as such may be determined by the governmental entity performing those functions or providing such services shall be considered essential services. All persons who perform essential services are categorically exempt from this order. Further, nothing in this order shall prohibit any person from performing or accessing essential governmental services. So let me pause. There's a little more to 7D, but I want to get the thought out here. So what I just read provides support, legal support, for the proposition that the governmental entity here, the city of Camarillo, has the authority to designate what are essential governmental services. So that's within the discretion of the city. So now the second part of the order under 7D says that each governmental entity shall identify and designate appropriate employees or contractors to continue providing and carrying out any essential governmental functions or services. All essential government services or functions shall be performed in compliance with social distancing requirements to the extent possible. So, the upshot from this section and the order itself is twofold. First is that the city is to determine what are essential governmental functions or services. That's one. And two, that the city is to designate appropriate employees or contractors to continue providing and carrying out any essential functions or services. Now, the comments that you just heard from Ms. Nichols with respect to the actions that have already been taken by the city manager are certainly consistent with that order with respect to designating the essential services that are performed by city staff. There have been determinations of which city staff are non-essential. That included the interns, the temporary workers, part-time workers, and probationary employees. And I believe Ms. Nichols also commented upon the fact that this is a process of continuing review to determine whether there are other employees who may be reassigned duties and or provided telecommuting opportunities. So this is basically a personnel decision that needs to be made by the city manager in consultation, of course, with the city council and in coordination with city staff, which has been going on over the last few weeks. And now that we have this, the order and its terminology and gives us some direction as to who can make the decision on what are essential services and what are not. So that's the legal basis for how the city's been proceeding, and I can respond to any questions on that point.
Do we have any questions from any council members, Mr. Pierick? Mr. Pierick, I don't have any questions of you, but I think my question is probably more to either Mr. Norman or Ms. Nichols. I know in the memorandum that Ms. Nichols referenced, there are specific services performed by city workers that are considered to be essential. And I think it would just be helpful for the public to know what specifically have been deemed essential, because they cover a wide range of municipal services.
Okay.
Norman, can you respond to that?
Yeah, in response to your question, Mayor, in the memorandum on the first page, it begins at the bottom. What those services represent are contract services that are considered to be essential. So these include building and safety for permitting and inspection purposes. And both in community development and also in public works, we have staff that are either conducting or supporting those services. The list goes on to include solid waste and other utility services, stormwater services, and it continues on page 2 of the memorandum to include landscape maintenance and other maintenance that prevents risk and injury to the community. So that's, we want to make sure that, we're trimming our trees and ensuring that we're not, and other landscape maintenance to ensure that we're not putting the community at risk. Services that support, maintain, repair, and or construct city infrastructure, housing development, and other development. Security services to maintain building access and physical security measures. Transit services, fleet repair, and maintenance services. We also have not listed, but we also have fiduciary duties, and our finance team supports those fiduciary duties. So there's just a variety of support work that the staff does daily in support of our essential services here for the community.
Great, thank you, Ms. Nichols. That was very helpful. Mr. Norman, are there additional things that you would like to bring up relative to this topic?
No, I think we've answered those questions. So we can move on now to our final slide.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I think there's one other thing that needs to be brought up here. We have a very small staff in Camarillo. We're a contract city. We don't have the staff that most of the other cities or the other cities in the county have. our entire staff is smaller than one single department in many of the other cities in the county. So when people hear of people in other cities being sent home, it's because we don't have that many employees, so we can't do that.
The council member makes a good point. So, for example, if this were a full-service city with a recreation department, the recreation employees would be, sent home or redeployed into other relief efforts. I know that's happening in some cities, and especially in the county. So the county, for example, had sent a good majority of their people home like 2 weeks ago, and they sat home for a week, and then they realized they really needed them back, so they brought them all back. And for the ones that they really don't need on the line because they don't have customers, they're redeploying to other efforts such as food relief and those type of things. So, we may get to a point with that, depending on some of our workers, but we're not there yet. So it is something that we monitor on a constant basis. We do have a second phase of workers we're looking at now for work at home. We're looking at various situations depending on geography, for example, where people live, and trying to find situations where we can balance out staffs, and have some people stay home for a while and then maybe come back, that kind of thing. So it's an active process for us, and the council member is correct. We do have a very small staff. Everyone plays a major role in what they do here, and it's important that people are working to benefit the population. I mean, we get a tremendous amount of phone calls that have to be answered by several people in several departments, and we need to keep that effort going. Otherwise, people aren't being serviced at City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mrs. Craven, do you have any further questions? Are there any other questions of Mr. Norman on this particular topic? All right. We then go to the next item, which is entitled generically Other Urgent Issues Related to the COVID-19 Response. I think before I call on individual council members with respect to issues that they want to bring up, and I will note too for the public, this is going to be a continuing item on all of our regular agendas. So before I do that, Mr. Norman, is there anything else that we've not yet covered or staff has not yet covered?
He's muted.
Mr. Norman, you have to unmute your... There you go.
No, we don't. Everything that was really urgent for us at this time has been previously discussed. This is an opportunity for council to bring up issues that it would like addressed or questions answered.
Okay, great. Then what I'll do, thank you for that. What I'll do is I'll just call on us in order to bring forth any issues on this. Let's start, Mrs. Craven, can we start with you?
I don't have any other issues. I just want to say that I think staff has done a really good job of putting all this together and bringing it to us. And I hope the people waiting for their things under departmental to be discussed understand that we felt this was very important for the community to hear this part of the discussion tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Mr. Kildee?
I don't really have anything to bring up other than right now to strongly encourage everyone to do the social distancing and obviously to wash your hands and just be very, cognizant of surrounding environments out there as we learn to navigate these ropes. And I do appreciate the updates that I've been getting from the county health officer, the doctor, and the number of cases in the county. And I know we're going to follow those very closely, and this is not the time to let our guard down at this particular point either.
Thank you. Mr. Mulchay?
Two items. Mr. Norman, one is a lot of restaurants that remain open, particularly for takeout or curbside service. I've seen a lot of banners go up. I want to make sure we're not being punitive to them and we're not strictly enforcing our banner permit policy, particularly as the banners as it relate to businesses who are just trying to let people know that they're still open and or where to go to pick up takeout.
If that's a desire of council, we can certainly relax our banner policies at this time, if you believe that is desirable.
I know of 2 or 3 that put up banners. Wood Ranch is the most visible one, at least from the freeway. They have big banners saying, yes, we're still open, and go around the side for takeout. I just want to make sure that we're not seen being overly aggressive in trying to enforce that, particularly in banners as it applies to this particular emergency.
Let me ask if Mr. Vaca is in the house and if he can respond to what code compliance may be doing or not doing in that regard right now. Mr. Vaca or Mr. Mo?
Good evening, City Council members. We've had this discussion already internally, and we've already made the decision that we're going to relax our standards. It sounds like that's direction coming from council as well. We've recognized that there are some to-go banners that have been placed on businesses, and under the emergency order, we feel like those are appropriate for the public health and safety.
We did have one banner situation about renting apartments that I didn't feel was appropriate, and it really just, I don't think it was necessary. So we're working on them to pull those banners down. But given that we have really interesting tragic circumstances about people making major changes to how their businesses operate just to survive, I think the accommodation for those type of situations, we should be accommodating.
I have a question, if you would.
Mr. Kildee, hold on just a second. I think Mr. Mulché's got the floor.
No, if it's on this topic, I have one other question, but if it's on this topic, then let Mr. Kildee speak.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
Yes, I understand banners for that, takeout and delivery, but do we have a policy on banners for something else? I just don't want it to get to a point where, we're seeing a whole lot of banners up there that aren't necessarily prudent at this time as far as drop-off and pickups and whatnot. There are some businesses that are still open that, from what I understand, don't do drop-off and pickup. Are they allowed to put a banner up that would just say open for business? I just bring these questions up about how far do we want to go with this?
So we do have a banner permitting process that all businesses can utilize. It's just that we've recognized a handful of businesses have put up to-go banners, and we've been working with those businesses to accommodate that under the current circumstances. We're going to be reasonable in making sure that what we think is appropriate and consistent with our existing banner ordinance would be applied, but we don't anticipate a proliferation of banners, to answer your question.
Well, yeah, and I definitely support that. I just, would obviously remind staff to do their due diligence. As the city manager had stated, there was somebody that put a banner up for rental, apparently of an apartment, whatnot. So I think that staff is going to have to still do their due diligence on that. Hopefully, there won't be any of that, but we still, want to make sure that the banners up there are for very legitimate reasons in this very challenging times that we find ourselves in. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
Along that same line, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to put my 2 cents in that when some business owners might see new banners going up, and they might put other things that are not related to this type of thing, as far as letting people know they're there for a reason that they're not normally there for. If it's normally about a regular business, I think that we don't need to allow a lot more banners going up. Just wanted to get that in there.
Yeah, Council, let me just step in here. The opinions expressed by Council members Kildee and Craven point to some very real circumstances in which other business owners who are not affected by their changing model could be putting up banners. I think what I'd like to do is to just relax our banner policy for now, see how it's going. If people are really abusing it, then I think we are going to have to come back and have the council make some hard decisions about banner policy. At this point, I really don't want to bog the council down, with trying to hammer out a policy, because we all know how that goes, and it's a long, tedious process. So and quite frankly, staff doesn't have time for that right now. So let's just see what we can do, with relaxing standards. Yes, there are always going to be people who take advantage of things. If it gets out of hand, then we'll bite the apple and, go through the process.
All right. Mr. Norman, thank you. I think without objection, we'll let that go forward as Mr. Norman articulated. I think I've got to go back to Councilmember Moshe, because I think you have a second item.
One other item, and I don't know if staff can provide any insight to this. I have, I'm seeing a lot online, a lot of people who are very worried about the Bradley fighting vehicles that were at Port Hueneme Naval Base that rolled through Camarillo on the train. I think it was either today or yesterday. But I'm seeing a lot of worried people thinking that martial law is about to be enacted upon them, and I just want to put them at ease in that those are just simply Bradley fighting vehicles in transport coming in through the port and then going out, and that they are not it's my understanding they are not what do you want to call it?
They're not a deployment for martial law.
That's correct.
Yes, I discussed this with the city managers this morning. The word I got back from the city manager of Thousand Oaks is that the deployment of those vehicles is part of a scheduled training exercise, and I've been trying to search all over the web today about this and haven't seen anything on it. So no, this train was headed towards Los Angeles, from what we understand. And whether or not they stop in Los Angeles or they're deployed, from that rail yard to other parts of the country, I don't know, quite frankly. I don't think Los Angeles at this point is as bad as New York, for example. New York is really a mess right now. Los Angeles is not so bad, although its cases are climbing. But I have not heard anything from the governor's office or any other quarters about the establishment of martial law in California.
And remember that the national training facility is out in the desert near Barstow.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Santangelo?
Thank you. Okay, I just want to pipe in on the banner thing. I think that's a great plan, Mr. Norman. Thank you. I think it's really important that our restaurants that are struggling to survive are allowed to let us know who's open. So I think we need to see how things go with that. So I wanted to report back about the special meeting for Clean Power Alliance that we held today. And one of the things that was discussed with us was the multiple ways that there is relief available for customers. So I'm just going to mention some of these. So there will be no suspending of service, or there will be no disconnections for non-payment. They are waiving late fees. There will be flexible payment plans offered. Low-income customers that are in the CARE program are able to get grants of $100 per customer. The eligibility checks to join the CARE program are now suspended. So if you find that your income has dropped and you want to apply to be in the CARE program, they're not even going to do eligibility checks right now. And that does provide a 30% discount. In addition, in April will be the California Climate Credit, which is $30, but every little bit helps. So all of these are available for CPA customers. They are actually, this is where it's going to get a little confusing, but it'll be okay. It's all managed through SCE. So you'll find if you go to the CPA website, and they have all of this information right there. They provide you the link to go to SCE so that it can help you get all of these or some of these or whatever you need information about. If you want to call to get information, you can call CPA, but they're going to direct you to Southern California Edison. So you can go to SCE.com. You can call the call center for SCE, which is 1-800-655-4555. Or you can go to the cleanpoweralliance.org website, and all that information is there for you as well. So I think that's really good news. I'm glad to see all of these different ways that we're trying to help people get through this. The other thing that we did discuss, I don't think we are experiencing this, but there were board members from other cities talking about planned power outages that SCE had planned, and when they were called and asked to reschedule, now we have people working at home, they're dependent on their electricity being on. Apparently they weren't getting anywhere, and SCE was being rather stubborn. So I have checked, and Mr. Norman, if you want to pipe in with anything else you've learned, but I think everything, there were a few planned outages in our community that have been postponed. I believe there's one at night, but I actually heard back from somebody living in that area that they think that was canceled as well. So I think we're okay in that area.
Mr. Klotzel, if you have any additional information, that'd be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Council. We have been in recent contact with Southern California Edison and have a little bit of information to share. The outage that I believe was referenced by Councilmember Santangelo was planned for an evening outage in the next evening or so in the Las Posas area of Charter Oak, north of that. And we understand also the current status of that. It will be rescheduled. The work is still necessary. Southern California Edison was still working on the exact details of what needed to be done, but we do understand that work will be rescheduled for the future, along with a couple other maintenance outages that are still currently planned. Best information that I have at this point is one in an industrial location near Mission Oaks and Flynn Road, and that actually is supposed to be in the early morning hours tonight, or actually Thursday morning, for a pretty short period of time. And then two others planned in the next 2 days that the City Public Works has issued encroachment permits for the work, and it is necessary maintenance work that's been determined by Southern California Edison to proceed with outages. Again, these are overnight outages, and in areas, as best we can tell, that will affect relatively few customers, a mix of residential and commercial industrial. And I would like to take this chance to share some information that was recently provided. A pretty lengthy email came in from Rudy Gonzalez, our SCE Government Relations Manager that covers the city of Camarillo, and I just wanted to share some information that I think is pertinent. And I'll just read this. It's a little lengthy, but it's pretty well summarizes Southern California's position and what they're doing at this point as everybody in the world is being affected and responding to the COVID-19 situation. So I will just read from this. If you bear with me, I think it's useful information. This says, like all residents of this region, the women and men of Southern California Edison are acutely aware of the impacts and challenges to our customers, neighbors, and communities from the effort to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. We support efforts to slow the spread and flatten the curve of infections to avoid overwhelming our healthcare system. Since the week of March 16th, roughly 2/3 of our, meaning SCE's, almost 13,000 employees, so 2/3 of almost 13,000 employees have been working from home. We are taking measures to be sure our employees and contractors whose critical work requires them to be at Edison facilities or in the field stay healthy. This means continuing to practice social distancing and hygiene recommendations, enhanced cleaning of facilities, and the use of additional protective gear when job tasks require workers to be closer than the recommended distance. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, SCE has and will continue to provide our customers with a safe and reliable supply of electricity. We know this is an incredibly challenging time for many customers who are responsibly staying home to prevent the spread of the virus. SCE has therefore taken a number of steps to assist our customers during this difficult time. These steps include suspending service disconnections for non-payment, waiving late fees for business and residential customers, and postponing certain work that may require a service outage. SCE will, however, continue performing work that is necessary to repair deteriorated equipment, protect public safety, respond to emergencies, and address the risk of wildfire ignitions. While the decision to proceed with work requiring an outage at this time is not taken lightly, the safety of SCE's customers, our employees, and the public remains our top priority. An essential service, in the event of an outage, SCE has programs in place to ensure that arrangements have been made to protect sensitive customers that have identified special medical needs or other vulnerabilities to SCE. Access to identifying those special needs is readily available through SCE's website, SCE.com. And especially their outage center has a lot of information about how to be notified of outages. And along with the website of SCE.com, the telephone number of 800-655-4555 can be called for customer service to assist those customers that do have identified special medical needs or any other questions regarding outages. And to wrap up, there is important work that must be done. This is from SCE again. There is important work that must be done to maintain the reliability of the power system and protect public safety. That work may require customer power outages to ensure that the work can be done safely by our crews and contractors. We are carefully prioritizing outage-related work and evaluating methods by which such outages can be minimized. And I'll just wrap up by Public Works staff is informed of all planned outages from Southern California Edison, and are aware of the work that's going on. The majority of it is permitted work within city right-of-way that we're aware of, and so we are also monitoring, the necessity of this work that is needs to be continued. So we're in continual coordination with Southern California Edison on those efforts.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Thank you. I think that's all I had. I wanted to just add a little bit about what the city has been doing for its staff, and I think it's really important to kind of. This place is. City Hall is locked down in terms of there is hand sanitizer everywhere. There are signs reminding you of hand hygiene and social distancing, and I'm just really impressed with what this building has been transformed into in a very short time. So I commend Mr. Norman and the entire staff for everything that's been done here. In light of what's going on, there's been so much information, so much change, so many things to do. And it's impressive what has been done here for the safety of all of us, and especially the people that are working here. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have several issues that I want to just discuss. The first is that there is an opportunity that came to my attention. I've been receiving several emails on different subjects. The first one is on academic support for K-12 students who find themselves at home and may need tutoring. There is brought to my attention by a Rio Mesa graduate from last year who was first year at MIT, that there is a new movement called COVID. It's spelled COVID, and this is a whole movement that is occurring with undergraduates on college campuses, including MIT, to do volunteer tutoring available to K-12 students, and it's basically free virtual tutoring during these upcoming months, while we're having this emergency. It can be for those students who may be encountering, those K-12 students who are encountering difficulty. The contact information I want to give to you now, I don't have a flyer on it that I can show, but it is www.coved.org, and the email is coveducation, or coveducation@gmail.com. And I'm informed that you can also look on the MIT website under its Rapid Innovation Dashboard, and there may be some opportunities for students to avail themselves. And I really want to commend the college undergraduate students who are undertaking this effort. Secondly, I've received and responded to multiple very heartfelt emails from a resident, a senior citizen, who is very frustrated at her inability to find and purchase toilet paper in local stores. And her request, which she has made a few times to me, is that the city coordinate an effort to pass out toilet paper vouchers and set up a line for residents to pick up toilet paper, somewhat which she analogized to the bread lines in the 1930s. And I want you to know that that my responses to date have been as follows. I completely share her sense of frustration. It makes no sense to me that there is this paper shortage. I think it's just due to hoarding for no other reason. But how I've responded is that I'm hoping the issue resolves relatively quickly, and I have to underscore the word relatively, through two primary means. One, neighbors helping neighbors and neighborhoods helping each other. And number two, through the local supply chain, through the free market. I know that Michelle, on her slide number 7, pointed to two specific sources for seniors for grocery delivery, which would include paper goods. As far as the request was concerned, in terms of coordinating a voucher type program, which also assumes being able to acquire the toilet paper. I know that the city staff has been extraordinarily busy with providing municipal services, these essential services that we were talking about, and we have a very lean staff. And I indicated apologetically that I was concerned about adding any other items to their plate, such as that. Do any council members have a thought on that item? I know that it's been very hit and miss in the stores in terms of acquiring paper products, paper towels and toilet paper, but anybody else have any other thoughts on this? Okay, let's start with Mr. Kildee, and then we'll go to Mrs. Craven. Mr. Kildee.
Well, we have Procter & Gamble in Oxnard, and I understand that they do manufacture toilet paper there. Perhaps there's an opportunity to see if they could work and see if they can, because it is a problem. It's very hard to find toilet paper now. And I do agree that the private sector would be the best, but maybe there is an opportunity out there to see with like food share or something that Meals on Wheels, if you will, that if there's a way that they could procure some toilet paper to those most needy.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Craven?
Well, I think that as far as the city coordinating that, our staff, as I said earlier, is very small. I don't see how we could put any more work like this on them. I think it would be a tremendous burden, and I wouldn't go there. But I know it is dicey. One day last week, I went to one store on Arneal, and they didn't have any. I went across the street, and they had pallets and pallets and pallets. On the other hand, they had no Kleenex, and the first store had shelves and shelves and shelves of Kleenex. So I think it's just kind of on the person looking for it. I don't see how the city can be everything to everybody, including being a toilet paper distributor.
Any other thoughts? I've shared that experience of complete hit and miss at stores in terms of different products. Any other thoughts?
I don't see the need for the city staff to help coordinate toilet paper distribution. I think it really just comes down to neighbors helping neighbors. If you share me her address, I have tons of toilet paper because of the very nature of my business, the number of employees I have. So we always have a stock of toilet paper. So I'd be happy to share some toilet paper with her.
I really felt it necessary to bring this up, particularly given how frustrating it was for this resident, and I suspect it's frustrating for a whole lot of our residents right now. So,
Mayor, I was thinking about this situation after you sent me the 4 emails last night. It occurs to me that a lot of people have been displaced from their jobs to work at home, and these businesses have stocks of toilet paper. Why can't the businesses send their employees home with some toilet paper? Maybe there's an opportunity there. But I think, some of the council members make a good point, and I made it to the staff today. I said, this is just one of the reasons why you want to be nice to your neighbors in good times, because they can really hold you up for ransom in bad times.
all right. I think I'm sorry. Susan, yes, go ahead. I apologize.
All right.
I didn't see it.
No, I agree. I don't think the city, it's not something I think the city should be managing, but I am going to beg people to please, I have that same feeling when I go shopping and I see the toilet paper. It's like, ooh, I should buy a whole bunch of it. And I'm fighting that, even though I know it's difficult to find. And I'm begging everybody else in our community to fight that urge too. Only buy what you need. Let others have a chance to buy it. That's really important. If we only buy what we need, then we won't have to buy more because it won't be there, because it will be there. So it's just this vicious circle, and we all have to stop it together. I had to trade paper towels for toilet paper with my parents, so that. So I understand it, but I would also be happy to bring this lady some toilet paper, Mayor Tremblay, so I'm happy to help. I have 2 boys that need things to do, so I can send them on errands for people. So it takes a village. We have to help each other out. So
we do. We have to help one another out. So, okay, thank you for that. My next issue up, and this really goes to budget development. And I appreciate your presentation this evening. I thought it was well done. I think we made the right decision with respect to adopting a 1-year budget. At this point, we are 9 months through our existing fiscal year. The city is already taking, and it is going to take, a huge hit to its revenue budget. If you think about this in the sense of, in our general fund, the general fund is where a majority of our discretionary revenues come in, as we all know, and where the majority of our general municipal services are provided. And each year, roughly, for example, in fiscal 2019-2020, we had general fund revenue approaching somewhere around $42 or $43 million. I don't have the exact amount, but it's very close to that. And the sales tax, for example, constitutes about 1/3 of our general fund revenues. That is a huge amount of money. Ad valorem property taxes constitute about another 1/3. And I'm speaking very generally here, but these are approximate percentages. And you think about how badly hit the city in terms of revenues and its general fund are going to be hit, particularly in the second, I suspect in the second quarter of this calendar year and in the third quarter of this calendar year, we are going to be hit very, very badly. And I think we're already being hit. So I have two things I wanted to just mention on that line. Number one, I think that we need to start taking, and I know Tully is starting this in terms of the budget development process, but we need to take a very, very focused look at both the revenue side and the expense side. And two things. Number one, on the revenue side, with our projections and our varying percentage of projections as appropriate on revenues for the balance of this fiscal year and for next fiscal year and for the next fiscal year. And I'd be the first one to acknowledge that there's a great deal of uncertainty, but we do know we're going to get hit and hit very hard. On the expense side, I think we really need to start focusing now on what steps the city can take now in the near term as well as in the midterm. And we did some of that tonight. We did that with some hard decisions on Concert in the Park, the 4th of July, some transit decisions, et cetera. But beyond that, what contracts do we have in place right now? What opportunities do we have to either defer projects? And I think some of that was in Tully's presentation in terms of capital improvement projects for next year. But what do we have right now that we can look at to potentially defer or cancel? That's the first side. The second item is I think we really need to start thinking right now about what our economic restart is going to look like. And it's really hard to do because we don't really know how badly we are going to be hit, but I think we can start making at least some projections. And the reason I mention this is, the bottom line question for me is, what will the city of Camarillo be able to do, and what is our role in helping our local businesses restart when the local health emergency orders are lifted? What incentives can the city do? And that requires looking out 3 months, in my view, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 12 months, 18 months, and 24 months. Those are kind of and they're arbitrary, but those are the things that I've been thinking about. And so I would commend to our attention, and if I have support to staff's attention, that we start, I frame it in those ways, looking at the revenue and expense side, what we can do, particularly on the expense side, to cut expenses now and to preserve cash, because we need the cash. And number two, what are we going to do on the economic restart side? So those are things. I just wanted to give that general, advocacy that we really be looking at this closely, and we start doing that immediately. A couple of other additional things. I had a telephone conference with the mayors of all the Ventura County cities on March 17th. I know there will be a joint letter going out from all the mayors. I think everyone is in the same position as of March 17 that Camarillo was. We all had local declarations of emergency. We're all scrambling to do the best we can. On Sunday, this last Sunday, March 22nd, I had both a phone conversation and long extended email communications with Senator Kamala Harris's staff, her district director in Los Angeles, and they basically wanted to know, what does the city of Camarillo want to see in terms of the federal legislation that I understand was up today, but I'm behind on the news day today, and I don't know if it was adopted or not. But this is the bill going through the Senate, and I want you to be aware of what I asked for and what we asked for, which was consistent with what the city managers have been asking for through as Mr. Norman told me. But the top items, the top local priorities I indicated were personal protective gear, masks and gloves, et cetera, for local hospital staff. Secondly, medical equipment and temporary hospital field units. Thirdly, extension and enrichment of unemployment benefits because of the concern that the one-time check may not go that far. Next, some form of financial assistance for small businesses so they can keep their employees. I also emphasized test materials, swabs and reagents because there just aren't enough full testing kits. Funding for hospitals to buy or rent MASH tents and equipment and beds. And then finally, food for distribution to isolated seniors, and also needing ranks of volunteers to fill the ranks that are depleted by the mostly over age 55 volunteers that normally do this. So I just want you to be aware of what we have been telling to Senator Harris. I had the same conversation on Monday. I think of what day it was. On Monday with Congresswoman Brownlee. We had an extended one-on-one conversation, and I relayed all those to her, again, consistent with what the city managers have been talking about, as Mr. Norman indicated to me. I had an extended conversation with Mrs. Brownlee, and all of those items that I just mentioned were conveyed. I do want to say I asked Mrs. Brownlee, what would you like me to tell my council? What would you like us to tell city residents about from your standpoint? And she wanted me to convey, and I'll just go very quickly here. She wanted me to convey that her offices are working. They're working from home. They are fully operational. They stand ready to help the city. They stand ready to help constituents in any way they can. Hopefully the stimulus package will have a large impact on our communities and an immediate impact. She basically said, if they can be a resource, please let them know. And I think it was important that she said the following, and that is she just wanted people to let constituents know that on the federal level, they stand ready to help. So even when somebody doesn't get their Social Security check, and that happens sometimes, right? They stand ready to try to help on both the smallest and the largest problems. So I certainly appreciated that discussion with Congresswoman Brownlee, and I wanted you to be aware of it. Finally, I just wanted to say, as the mayor, again, that this is really an unprecedented time for all of us. I mean, look at what we've been wrestling with tonight. And it's an unprecedented time for our community. It's really important to stay clear. It's really important to stay focused. And that pertains both to the public health side and to the local economy and the state of the city. But just as important, and maybe perhaps even more so, is that during this time we need to be kind to one another. We need to lift one another up, and this is my message to residents. We have to use social distancing if we're being kind and we're lifting one another up. Please be helpful to your neighbors. Please patronize our local businesses and help them out. We will persevere as a community. We will get through this. And I know that I indicated that in a letter that I did last week to the city and to a video that I did. So that's it for me on the COVID-19 issues. Are there any other issues before we leave item 14B? All right. Hearing none or no further issues, I think at this point, and thank you, Mr. Norman, for that very, very complete set of issues. I think we are now going to go to item 18, which is departmental. And the first item we have up is the 18A fiscal year 2021 community service grant requests. And I'm not sure, Ms. Santangelo, was this an item that you wanted to recuse yourself?
Yeah, I need to recuse myself. One of the applicants for a grant is my employer.
All right. Thank you. So we'll excuse you from this conversation. And Mr. Norman, I'm going to turn to you, but I think Mark Uribe is going to be presenting this report.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The Community Service Grant Program allows funding for nonprofit organizations who provide programs or events that directly benefit Camarillo residents. The City Policy 1.12 guides the program and sets the funding calculation. The funding source is the general fund. That's a discretionary funds, and there is a calculation set forth in the policy that equates in the fiscal year 2021 to about $65,000. Each year, we're faced with difficult decisions because we receive more requests than we have funding for. So we discussed this at a staff level. We discussed it in a study session about 2 weeks ago. And the applications were reviewed, recommendations were discussed. And before I start getting into the actual presentation, I wanted to address a question that came up earlier with the CDBG grants that I think may apply here as well. I'll paraphrase the question as what happens if the programs do not happen or get canceled? And I think the answer is twofold. First of all, these are discretionary funds. They're solely up to council decision. There are no federal guidelines or requirements to review plans for spending as earlier in the CDBG program. And secondly, we have varied timing of how we cut the checks for these programs. A lot of them are on a reimbursement basis. So once the program or the event has actually happened, we get receipts submitted or invoices, and we pay off of that. But we do have other programs, such as the high schools with their Safe and Sober programs, where they request the funds in advance so that they can secure venues for their programs. Using those ones as an example, in the current fiscal year, those events have not happened yet, but we will be reaching out to them to see if there's any updated status on whether or not those events will continue or whether they've made decisions yet to cancel those. And then at that point, we may be facing a situation where we need to either ask for the return of the funds in a couple of them where checks have already been cut in the last 2 weeks, or hold off on cutting checks for an event that is going to be canceled, and then that money would just go back into the general fund. So to start off, talk a little bit about the timeline. We start off each year this program in December with a public workshop. In this workshop, we do a presentation on mainly on the application process. We talk to the different organizations that come out and give them an idea of what we're looking for as part of the review process, and we stress the importance of the detail they go into on their programs. Also, we try and clarify that there's a preference for projects and one-time events and not the ongoing operations. On January 24th, the applications were due. Then we had 2 reviews with a committee. This was the first year that we actually assembled a staff committee to review these grants with members from the Administrative Services Department, City Manager's Department, Community Development Departments, as well as Finance. And then, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago on March 11th, we had a City Council study session where we discussed all of the applications and the recommendations in great detail. Next slide, we show the funding sources. There is the general fund amount available. I mentioned $65,600. The total requested was $92,103. So again, we had the difficult decisions that we discussed. We typically prioritize Camarillo-based organizations and those that offer the higher number of direct Camarillo citizens benefited. So out of those 19 organizations, we recommended the full funding for 10 of those, recommended partial funding for 3, totaling the $65,600, and unfortunately we could not recommend funding for 6 of the organizations. So now I'll walk through briefly each of the applications. The first one, 805 Bully Friends and Family. This was a new program. They were holding an educational event on the importance of humane treatment of pets. They requested $3,000. We did not recommend this program. It was a new program. They were The event would have been their inaugural event. They estimated that they would benefit 5,000 Camarillo residents, so it was a little difficult for us at this time, not having a historical performance being their inaugural event, to really kind of measure that benefit or verify that number of citizens, direct Camarillo residents benefited. Number 2 was the Adolfo Camarillo High School Music Boosters. They wanted to purchase 6 snare drums and 4 tenor drums. They requested $12,000. We could not fund the full amount. The recommended allocation was $10,000, which was equal to what they received in the prior year. Number 3 is the Adolfo Camarillo High School. This is one of the 3 high schools with their after prom safe and sober event. They requested $3,750, and the recommendation was the full amount.
Your Honor, can I ask a question?
Yes, please, Mr. Khalid.
Do we want to have Mr. Uribe go through all of these and then ask questions, or do you want to ask questions when it comes to a particular item?
What I was hoping that we could do is have Mr. Uribe, Mark, just go through these in a very, very speedy way. But when we have questions as to each individual item, we could ask. So, Mr. Kildee, do you have a question on this one?
I do, but I can certainly wait till the end.
No, that's fine. Go ahead and ask your question now.
Yeah, Mr. Uribe, it would seem to me that a phone call would suffice as to whether or not they're going to have this event or not. We don't know exactly when they're going to be back in session, if they're going to be back in session this year or not. I don't know. Do you have any additional information on that?
I do not. We have not made the phone call yet. But again, that is for the current fiscal year, and these ones that we're looking at now are for the next fiscal year.
I get it. Yeah. Okay.
Number 4.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, number 4 was the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo. This is one of 3 applicants whose project involved public construction. And we contacted them and made them aware that there are prevailing wage requirements for any public construction, and we confirmed that they could still move forward. Prevailing wages typically mean increased costs. So we did get confirmation, or we did reach out to all 3 of them, and I'll address those as we get to them. So this first one, they requested $11,435. The recommended amount was a little bit higher than that, and that was to provide additional monies for the prevailing wages.
Is it not working?
Trying to advance. Can you advance?
Try it again.
Okay, there we go. Number 5, the Camarillo Art Center. This was one of the 3 that was requesting a public construction. This organization, when informed about the prevailing wage requirement, responded that they would not be able to move forward with the project, taking into account prevailing wages, so they withdrew their application. Number 6, the Camarillo Cougars. They requested $3,500 for chin straps, and we were able to only recommend roughly half of that, $1,750. Number 7 was the Camarillo Family YMCA. They wanted to pay for a sessions for Livestrong program, but this involved wages, and that was one area that this program was not intended for. Again, I said projects rather than ongoing operations, and wages is one area that is not recommended for this type of grant program. Number 8, the Casa Pacifica Centers for Children and Families. This was a new program to replace some plates and silverware. Note that this one shows a low benefit in the parentheses. That was, again, one of the preferences that I suggested at the beginning. Low benefit is defined as up to 100 direct Camarillo residents benefited by the program. The medium benefit would be 100 to 1,000, and then high benefit would be anything over 1,000. So with the limited funding, and this one being a low benefit to Camarillo residents, we could not recommend this request. On number 9, the Channel Islands Choral Association. This was for some storage items, sheet music. The request was $2,085. The recommendation was the full amount. On number 10, the New West Symphony Association, Symphonic Adventures and Music Band. The request was $10,000. The recommendation was the full amount. On number 11, Pleasant Valley Historical Society. This was the third of the public construction for a museum expansion. So the $4,000 request, the recommendation was for a little bit higher by about $1,600 to provide for the additional cost of prevailing wages. Next up, we have the next two are actually the high schools, Rancho Campana and Rio Mesa, for their after prom safe and sober events, both recommended at their requested levels. Number 14, the Save Our Kids Music, for the purchase of 10 student trumpets. The request was for $3,400, and the full amount is being recommended. Number 15, the Special Olympics, for purchase of uniform transportation costs for 3 competitions. The request was for $2,500, and the full amount was being recommended. Number 16, Studio Channel Islands, elementary school visits. The requested amount was $5,300, and the full amount is being recommended. Number 17, the Thousand Oaks Philharmonic new program. It's a venue rental. They were wanting to fund 3 Camarillo community concerts, but this one requesting $5,000 with the limited funds and with the priority given to Camarillo-based organizations could not be recommended for funding. Number 18, the Ventura Center for Dispute Resolution. This was a new program. They were requesting $3,820 for communication, and that should say mediation skills, not meditation, for principals in the Pleasant Valley School District. This one was another one where, being a new program, difficult to really get a handle on the number of direct Camarillo residents benefited. Their application suggested that it would benefit 7,000 Camarillo residents, and that one was just difficult to verify, and being a new program could not be recommended for funding. And the last one was the Western Foundation of Vertebrate Zoology for some color photo brochures, banners, posters, acrylic boxes, various things for their museum. The requested amount was $5,067, and we could not recommend the full amount with the limited funding, so the recommendation was $3,360, which was equal to what they received in the previous year.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, did we lose the vice mayor?
She has a conflict.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem. Sorry, Mark, I interrupted you. Go ahead and
That concludes the presentation. The recommended action is to approve the grants, and then I'll be able to take questions.
All right. I did not hear any questions from council members during Mark's presentation. Are there any questions? I'll just ask generally. If not, then let's go to discussion. I know I have a specific view on this, but I want to wait to hear everybody else's.
Mr. Mayor, if you'll allow me.
Please.
Given the actions taken earlier this evening to cut programs that are dear to this community, such as community concerts and fireworks, and recognizing that those are timely because of the COVID situation, and they're going to save, all those programs are going to save significant amounts of general fund dollars, I really have to ask the council whether the expenditure of $65,000 in general fund monies for all these expenses are timely at this point, especially since, Mr. Mayor, you gave that impassioned speech about having to save current general fund dollars or any revenues as we move forward. So, I mean, we've all been through years when every program, especially with the schools and everything, just got cut to the bone, and we may be here again. So I just want to put that out to the council. You can do with that what you want, but this may save you a lot of detailed discussion.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to go ahead. Mrs. Craven, is it okay if I respond?
Sure.
I'm going to take prerogative, but just on this one item. Since Mr. Norman referred to my quote-unquote impassioned speech earlier in the evening, I frankly was thinking about, and Mark, no disrespect, I was thinking about interrupting you at basically at the beginning of the presentation because I feel so strongly the world, since the council looked at this item several weeks ago, has now completely changed. These are discretionary awarded funds. They are not legally required. In my view, the city needs to do everything to preserve cash at this point, to assist its general fund, because we're going to get really hit on our general fund. And I would also note that some of these activities may end up being altered or affected by current circumstances. So I feel very strongly that we should postpone awarding any of these community service grants. I can make it subject to review at a later time. I just cannot see moving forward with the award of these grants tonight. So thanks. I know I'm a little out of order. I usually go last, but since Mr. Norman said I made an impassioned speech, I was going to go ahead and do it first this time. All right. I apologize for that. Mrs. Craven, I think you have the floor.
I agree wholeheartedly. This whole program started as when I came onto the council as the tail end of a Great Society program or whatever it was, started by Lyndon Johnson with money handed down to local governments to pass out for good things. And for the past 30, probably 25 years, we haven't had any of that money. It dwindled and got smaller and smaller. We started supplementing, and then as we got some pass-through money, we added that. Well, the pass-through money is now gone. The federal government money is now gone, and it's down to local government money. This year, we really need that local government money, and I have a hard time at this point saying we're going to give $65,000 for things that I don't think are necessary, tremendous essentials.
All right. Other council members?
I'll chime in.
Mr. Kildee.
I agree. I think we should delay this, again, to get more data at a future date, perhaps, to see where we are. I believe most of them will be okay this year as far as that appropriation. I believe, as Mr. Uribe had said, this is basically for, I believe, FY 21 for the most part, for 2021. So this will buy us some time and see what the future is going to behold for us.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mulchay, any comments?
Yeah, in light of current circumstances, I'm fine with, if not suspending, at least delaying any kind of action on this front. Most of these organizations are looking for supplemental funds for a lot of their programs, and so I don't think it's. I know a lot of these are going to be already impacted by the current health crisis situation. So even expending these funds is likely in question. But just considering the situation and the circumstances, I think it's appropriate.
If it's all right with you, with the rest of you, I would go ahead and make a motion since I'm the one who went first on this, and I would move that we make a motion to indefinitely postpone awarding 2020/2021 community service grants, subject to review at a later time.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries 4-0 with Vice Mayor Santangelo absent.
All right. Thank you very much. And Mark, notwithstanding that vote, thank you for all of the work and thank you for the staff's work. It's just things have changed mightily in the last couple of weeks. So, all right. I think we have now 2 additional items to go. Anybody want a break or should we just continue get through these? Should we take a quick break? No break. All right. Let's go to item B, which is the Ventura County Mass Care and Shelter Plan. Hopefully we can kind of speed through these last 2 items. Mr. Clifford, I think you have a report on this one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The plan and memorandum of understanding are simply the documentation of what currently occurs regarding mass care and shelter during natural disasters in Ventura County. Our current public health emergency is an exception. What the plan says is that each city will be responsible for mass care and shelter, and that the county will assist in area-wide coordination and seeking assistance from state and federal agencies. This is how the system worked during the recent fires, and it seemed to work well. We recommend City Council adopt the plan and authorize the city manager to execute the memorandum of understanding. That ends my presentation.
All right, do I have any questions from council members as to this item?
Yes,
Mrs. Craven.
I have several. I'm not quite there yet on my pages. I have some questions, and I understand this is not our document. It was developed by a lot of different people from government agencies, but I guess I'm not, I don't understand why some government agencies were not included in what are called the stakeholders. For one thing, it talks about a school is one of them, but not school districts. I'm on big page 77, and I'll be going forward from there. And then I noticed that there are some school districts, but not the ones that we deal with, Pleasant Valley or Pleasant Valley School District, Oxnard Union High School District, Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District. Is that because they chose not to participate, or what?
No, what they were just trying to do is look at it as the overarching memorandum of understanding and plan between the cities and the county. And then what happens is, for example, within the city of Camarillo, we deal with all those other organizations specifically on what we do within the city itself. If there needs to be an area-wide response, that's how we then get involved through this memorandum of understanding. Otherwise, to try and create a plan like this with all the cities, the county, and all the organizations from within each cities would have been an impossible task. And that's why, quite simply, what this plan entails is, hey, city, you do your thing with your organizations. The county and the unincorporated will do theirs with their organizations, but when we need an area-wide response, when there's that big of a disaster, in reality, the county will be doing some coordinating. And it currently happens that way, and it happens through the Office of Emergency Services in conjunction with the Human Services Agency of the county.
Well, I guess one of my questions is, it lists the city of Fillmore, city of Ojai, city of Oxnard, city of Santa Paula, city of Ventura, but not the city of Camarillo. I just don't understand this list, is where I'm coming from. I'm on page 78 and 79.
Now, I'm not entirely certain why some organizations are and aren't listed. I think that it really, from an operational perspective, it doesn't have a great deal of meaning. It's the same as the list that starts on page 76, where they add the word may in there. And so it's I guess, confusing at best by trying to capture all of it in the document. In reality, they should have just stuck listing the 10 cities in the county.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Let me go to Mr. Kildee. Any questions?
I do not.
All right, Mr. Mulchay?
I am all good.
Ms. Santangelo?
No, thank you.
I have a couple of questions if I can. Tully, two questions. Number one, does this MOU, I mean, the circumstances that are now existing over the last couple of weeks with COVID-19 and our current public health emergency put this in a little different light for me. Does this MOU apply in any way to the current COVID-19 public health emergency?
No, for the main reason that we're not dealing with mass care and sheltering in this particular circumstance. And given that it's a public health emergency, the city would typically not be involved with that because we do not have the healthcare responsibilities, either from an expertise or from an operational perspective in an emergency situation.
I guess my second question is, then, though, is this in a sense, is this MOU now obsolete, though, given the COVID-19 situation?
No, as I stated at the outset, what it really deals with are natural disasters as opposed to a public health emergency. So the fires, the floods, the debris flows, that type of where what we're having to do is evacuate people and place them somewhere and look after them, shelter them.
I noticed that on big page 7, there's a role of cities on this. And the cities are agreeing to several different pre-planning activities. And I have a concern, given current circumstances with COVID-19 and given what I think is going to be a massive hit on municipalities' budgets, including the city of Camarillo's. By entering into this MOU, is the city taking on some financial obligations that it really doesn't need to take on at this time?
No, they're not.
How do you respond to that?
Pardon me?
How do you respond to that, to a concern I have that by entering into this MOU, the city of Camarillo and other cities are taking on some obligations that really at this point they may have difficulty meeting?
I think the nature of this MOU, and if you look on big page 8, it's actually entitled Nature of the MOU. It's not actually creating a partnership, joint powers agreement, joint ventures, or any financial commitments on the behalf of any of the parties. What it's merely doing is outlining several of the duties that the parties will be undertaking in regards to mass care and sheltering, and acknowledging that when the city of Camarillo is involved in a natural disaster, not a public health emergency, we will be responsible for the mass care and sheltering within our city boundaries. But if there's a regional response that required, that the county will then coordinate that.
So I guess the two escape valves here are, number one, it doesn't create any financial commitments under Roman numeral 8 of the MOU, and secondly, it can be terminated with a 30-day termination notice, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
It covers a natural disaster as well.
All right. Are there any further questions from Mr. Clifford?
Yes.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, now that you reminded me, and I forgot to put a sticky on this page, I was looking for it and didn't find it. In reading this, I came to the conclusion that the city staff will be in charge of getting the shelters up and going. And up till now, we haven't done that as a city staff.
No, and that won't change. And so sometimes the wording is a little bit odd. If we have the responsibility for it, doesn't necessarily mean that we will be the ones specifically doing it. We will continue with our current way of operating.
Okay. That isn't the way I read it, but.
All right. All right. Any further questions? Let's go to comments. Mrs. Craven, we'll start with you.
I'm still formulating my comments.
Okay. Well, why don't we skip over you and we'll go to Mr. Kildee.
Well, my feeling is something we need to do here. It is not as precise and in-depth as I'd like to see it here, but I do think it's necessary to go forward with this.
All right. Mr. Mulchay?
I don't have any particular objection with this. And I don't find it, I don't particularly have an issue with it.
Okay. Ms. Angelo?
I actually found this really well done, and I don't think it obligates us to anything that we wouldn't already do in an emergency. In the case that we have a large amount of people that need shelter, And I think it's probably far better that we have a coordinated effort and an agreement on that coordinated effort among neighboring cities in the county than to, try to do it ourselves or not in a coordinated effort. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Craven, we're circling back around to you.
Okay, well, I've read this, and maybe I'm just picking nits, but down under cities agree to the following pre-planning activities. It appears to me that has changed what our role is right now before we vote on this.
What page?
7. Same page the mayor was on. Anyway, those are my comments.
All right. Do we hear, is there a motion on this?
I'll move.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'll move the suggested action, which is to adopt the HSA mass care and shelter plan and authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with the County of Ventura Human Services Agency, the American Red Cross of Ventura County, and all its 10 cities in Ventura County.
I'll second. And actually, I do have one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Moshe.
Maybe Mr. Clifford, this is, to date, how many other cities have adopted this?
I'm not aware. The Health Services Agency was asking all cities to adopt it by the end of this month, however. But all cities did participate in the preparation of the document.
Okay, thank you.
I think before we go to the vote, my view is that, notwithstanding my qualms on it, how ironic we have this in front of us, given the public health emergency and COVID-19. That said, it's also a responsibility of local government to prepare relative to mass shelter, mass care and shelter planning. But I would really emphasize there are no financial commitments in this MOU, and it's terminable on 30 days' notice. And if it becomes a situation where it becomes financially burdensome in any way to the city, and I don't know that this planning level effort is really, whether there's going to be any start to this for the next several months, given what else is going on, then I would not be in favor. Anyway, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Moshe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. And I believe that brings us to the last item on the agenda. I don't think there's anything else other than this last one. And that's item 18C, which is the 2019 General Plan Annual Progress Report. And I'm very hopeful. I think, Ms. Buck, you're ready to go and provide this report. And I'm hopeful that it will be a very, very quick report.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay.
And Ms. Buck, if you could speak directly into that microphone, because I was having a hard time. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Government Code Section 65400 requires the city to prepare an annual progress report on the status of the general plan and progress in its implementation. The city must submit this report to the state HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st of each year. The purpose of the report is to provide a detailed status of the housing production activity relative to the city's share of RHNA allocation. This information is included in the housing element section of the annual report, as well as in attachment 2 of the annual report. Staff also presented housing production data at the January 29th City Council meeting. The report provides information on the city's progress in implementation of the programs included in the general plan and it also provides the status of the general plan element updates, and it also serves as a resource to the public, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. The 2019 General Plan Annual Progress Report includes information on all elements, which are listed on this slide. The report also includes 4 attachments. Attachment 1 provides information on the city's population, housing units, and average household size for the years 1995 through 2019. Attachment 2 provides detailed status of the housing production activity at all stages of development, from initial application to final certificate of occupancy. The tables also include progress in implementing the housing element programs. Attachment 3 provides the monthly report prepared by the Community Development Department. It includes details on the status of the residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional projects. And Attachment 4 is the Housing Successor Annual Report on the Low and Moderate Income Housing Asset Fund as required by the Senate Bill 341. The state requires that this report is included in the annual progress report as well as posted on the city's website. The suggested action is to receive and file the 2019 General Plan Annual Progress Report. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buck, for that very succinct presentation. We'll go to questions. Mrs. Craven, any questions?
I have one. I'm looking specifically at big page 8 and big page 9. On big page 8, there's a chart, and it says 2019 General Plan Referral Application Request Summary, and there are 2. And then on the next page, General Plan Amendments, it says 2019, the City of Camarillo did not receive any GPA requests. I'm trying to get those to sync.
It's a typo on page 9.
Okay, that's a typo on page 9. Yeah, we will address it
Okay.
before submitting it to HCD.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That's a typo, and we'll address that before submitting the report to HCD and Office of Planning and Research.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Kildee, any questions?
I do not have any questions.
All right. Mr. Mulchay?
No questions.
Ms. Santangelo?
No questions.
All right. I don't have any questions either. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Staff recommended to receive and file the progress report?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right.
Your Honor, I have a comment on this.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
There's a statement here in the staff report, and I'm not contesting the statement, but it says that the state now tracks all residential projects at all stages of development, from initial application to certificate of occupancy within the city or within all of the cities. I've just got to complain. I think there's way too much state oversight and not enough local control anymore. Sorry.
So noted. Thank you. Any other comments before we adjourn?
Just one.
Mr. Kildee.
Well, it's the first time I've done this this type of a meeting before, and we seem to be able to get through it. So my congratulations to everyone and the staff, particularly, that worked so hard to put the logistics together to make this work.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Mr. Kildee. I'm really appreciative to our staff for putting this, having all this available to us. Any other comments before we adjourn?
Yes, I wanted to thank the council for all their hard work in making this meeting a success. Quite frankly, as staff, we didn't know how well it could go. and there was a lot of fear and trepidation about what could happen. But all the electrons aligned, and everybody did a good job, making this really flow a whole lot better than some of the meetings that we had seen. And so I'm really happy and really impressed that this went off as well as it did. So thank you, Council. Really appreciate your help on it.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. If there are no other, I'm sorry, Susan?
No, just wanted to say thank you as well.
No, thank you to all of you, and please go, and all of us need to be kind and lift one another up during this time. Kindness goes a long, long way, and we will persevere. And with that, we're adjourned.